and I will see by raise of hands. I'm just going to take one round of questions and will allow members to take notes. And I said we will concentrate on the two presentations, the presentation from Re Ramule from SALGA and the presentation from Re Sebekedi from IEC. So I'll see by show of hands if we have questions. I noted the hand of Councillor Johnson, speaker from Dr. RSM Melrato, and then Re MMC Ratloi, and who else? You'll be the last. I'll give you, you'll be the last. Anyone? Anyone? Or you are only three? We agree you are three. Okay, my colleague there, number 4. No, you'll be number. Now, who's number 1? Is Councillor Johnson, Melrato, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the chair will close in that order. If you can stand up, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Let me appreciate the presentations. My question is directed to the IEC. Are you considering reviewing our electoral system once and for all? Are you considering that? And who is responsible for the formula of councillors getting into council? You will find that the majority party is performing extremely well with high numbers, but the opposition parties has got more PR councillors in council than the majority party. Wonderful. And then lastly, when are you going to take charge of the voters' role in terms of managing that specific role? Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor. My brother, I'm not going to allow that. Somebody must hold that sanitizer, and you must hold, because you will be wasting time now. Or let's have 2 mics.
Chair. No, number 2.
Yes, number 2. Yes, number 2.
No, thank you, Chair. I think
number 2, stand up, please. I know you are tired, but stand up. Just to refresh your body. I can see from your face.
No, thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Johnson uncovered on a proportional PRs. The other thing, it's a concern. I get it, maybe this is the place where we can assist IEC. Because most of the time, the election, there are many mistakes that are happening from the side of the IEC. And it reflects how it's a ruling party. Number 1, you will ask yourself the capacity of people during the elections. You will find out how there is a electoral act during the elections. We can spend the whole night more than hence there is a book that guides us for what must happen. I remember there was elections going. We get out into a VD the following day about 12. So capacity during the elections. The other one concerning the voters. Number 1, we will say the election is always Wednesday. Why decline? We will decline because Thursday people have to go to work. How can you expect somebody who's working at Mpumalanga to come to vote only Kofrabek? Does it assist us? Why can't we check a date? Maybe we schedule the date maybe towards the weekend, so that we can be able, because even little days is already check. I mean, how vote to agadi 17, but how do I get rid? I local government doesn't assist us. Maybe they must consider some other things. They have to play their role. Because if Habari deity, but check people will be able to come, but don't vote. Well, Northwest, how around Northwest is not a crisis, but from one province to another, it's a problem.
I think it's well captured. Number 3.
Okay. Thank you very much, leadership. Let me appreciate the presentations. But I just want to challenge this thing of a audit outcome from Madibe local municipality. They are not speaking the reality of the outcomes. They are speaking what they want to speak. Why I'm saying so?
MNC,
Yes.
let me just hold it. In the next presentation, we are coming there.
Okay.
I reserved my comments.
Okay.
So
Okay.
reserve anything to do with
Okay.
the municipality and performance and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's in a next presentation.
Yes.
Thank you much.
Number 4. Number 4 is here. Prepare that one. You'll be giving it to.
Thank you very much. Na yaka imo IEC. Negerike check because of we've been having this havoc of changing of lists of councillors by replacing. So I just want the IEC to assist us processes and procedures that must be followed regarding the changing of PR councillors, so that we can able to know whether maybe in Chile or what should be done. I thank you.
And then lastly, I'm giving to the chair.
Ke a leboga modu motsamaisa session. Ntate Sebekedi ya ka mo IC. Ke santse ke batla go itse gore go santse go na le tšhono. You indicated the numbers of the voting station there. Santse ke batla go itse gore go santse go na le tšhono ya gore re ka increase the voting station. Just citing an example in one ward in Moses Kotane, which is Ward 4. It comprises of 3 villages. The 2 ones, 2 of them are very small. The big one, very big, is Kofikra. But surprisingly, in 8K, which is small, there are 3 voting stations. In Brake, which is very small, there are also 3 voting stations. In the biggest, which is Kofikra, there's only 1. So I just want to check because they have attempted many times, even through the assistance or the influence of the traditional authority, to try to request for an increase in Kofikra. So that's my question. Thank you very much.
That was the last question. And all the questions are referred to the IEC. So I'm going to allow Resivekedi to respond to questions. They will tell me who will be starting or who will be taking the questions. And let me allow you to ascend the stage.
Thank you. I'm going to quickly answer the questions. Not all of them. Some I will deliberately leave for Ntate based on experience and so on to respond to. The first question that was asked by Councillor Johnson, who reviews the electoral framework or policies or legislation? That is the competency of the legislatures. Those are the ones that makes policies in South Africa. Our responsibility as IEC is to implement them. The section 41, for section 46(1)(a) and section 105(19) of the Constitution of the Republic empowered Parliament to create legislation for the whole of us, for every process in South Africa, including for elections. That is the response to that one. Capacity of electoral staff that the TBLD would respond to. The third question that was raised by Speaker. Speaker, the Act prescribes, the statute of elections prescribes that you register where you are an ordinary resident. It means, as an example, manager in a particular mine. Because you wake up in the morning and go back and sleep there, you must register there because that is your ordinary residence. You can't therefore say, I'm registered for Freiburg. And then during election, I will travel to Freiburg. It means you are undermining the electoral act because it says you must register where you are ordinary residents. A perfect example is students. Students that stays in residence of the university must register there because they are categorized as ordinary residents at that university because majority of the time they spend it there. And then changing of list, that you will respond to processes on how we administer changing of councillors in general, increasing of a voting station. But you will also provide the legislative prescriptions that speaks to it. As I was indicating earlier, Chair, that MDB is handing out the report today at 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Once we have received that report, we have 117 voting districts or voting stations that are affected by MDB demarcation. Therefore, we have a window of opportunity from today as Electoral Commission up until next year to redemarcate, to change our voting stations. And one of the things that we are going to do, we are going to notice in your different municipalities, we are going to come there, we are going to be very busy because we'll be engaging party liaison committee members in our different municipalities, discussing two critical aspects. One, priority will be voting stations. Two, will be doing training on different electoral system because the IEC does not decides on that law, it merely advises as is an expert on different electoral systems. And that you will come and conclude on other questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson, for allowing us an opportunity to respond. And I hope we can respond sufficiently to questions that come from the floor. There was a question that came from the floor that says, which I'm still battling to understand, why don't we manage voters' roll? Perhaps it should be rephrased, that question. Why can't we manage voters' roll? But let me try and respond to capacity of staff, because that's my area of competency within the region of Bujanala. Each and every staff member that we engage, starting from voter registration weekend up to counting process, goes through a thorough training process. However, we have challenges of people being able to meet deadlines, but we meet deadlines. The legislation says election results must be declared within 7 days. We do it within 3 days in South Africa. Elections are held on Wednesday. On Saturday at the showgrounds, results are declared by the chairperson. So delays within voting stations will happen because that process must be thorough. Everybody must be satisfied that we did counting to the satisfaction. We have delays where people are saying, but recount this one and so on. And those are expected to happen. However, when it comes to deadlines, we still remain the best electoral commission in the world. Yeah. Changing of lists. When a party changes a list, when a municipality comes and says, we have, number one, the municipality must come and declare a vacancy. One, if a councillor has passed on, if a councillor has been expelled by their political party, if a councillor has been expelled by the council, if a councillor has resigned. These are the only 4 reasons that would cause a vacancy in a municipality. It must be either of one of these 4 reasons. Lele mogoga a resign. That's the proper process. Secondly, the municipal manager declares a vacancy in writing, and that letter must be stamped. If it's death, it must be accompanied by a death certificate, and so on and so forth. If it's resignation, the resignation letter. It is then brought to IEC. We then check the date of receipt and then stamp it. We then check which party that councillor belongs to. We then inform that political party that you have a vacancy due to this reason of a councillor losing their seat. You have this number of days to fill in the vacancy to amend your list, or if you don't want to amend your list, please indicate to us so that we forward this to national office. If you respond positively, quickly, we then inform the national office, and then they are the ones who will send a memo that says this person has been elected a councillor. Until such time, no one has the powers to say, you are the next one, you are a councillor. The coffee crowd issue is coming back again. We met in Madikwe and we spoke about it. I remember. We work according to legislation. I think I'm still going to visit it. And it says in a rural area, a person may travel up to 11 kilometers to access their voting station. It's in the Act. It also says how many people are there. If you have 3,000 people, how many people do make a ward? So we can try and circumvent any other way. But if you have 2,000 people who travel 6 kilometers, we can't split that voting station. We can't create another voting station. But I think it's a special one that needs you and I, ma'am, to talk. Let's take it offline and let me see how we can speed up the process. But I think it should be noted that the IEC has put a moratorium on creating voting stations. We have what, the 23,000, it's 23,000 national voting stations. And the latest voting stations that were created towards 2014, their turnout is very low. If you look at all voting stations that were created, that was the last batch of voting stations created towards the election. The turnout is very low. And I know the last one that I created is in Letlaville. 300, 400 people vote there. And we anticipated to be over 2,000 people. What we have resolved on is that we create voting centers and they are easily manageable. I think I've covered the portion of my questions. If there's clarity needed, it will be raised. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. There was no question for SALGA because we said we were only reminding you of stuff that you need to continue doing, and where you were maybe lacking, ensure that you emphasize. You heard that the AEC is mentioning certain things that I mentioned. So there has to be a very clear collaboration between SALGA and IEC, demarcation board, like maybe they left before our presentation. But I'm only here to comment about what was commented on by the previous chairperson before, the facilitator, who said there are no free elections, there can't be free elections. You see, I come from SALGA. I'm here to ensure that we pass on information that's quite relevant from the constitutional and legislative point of view, which is policy-based. And as councillors, one of your responsibilities is to become custodians of the constitution and the legislation. You see, I just wanted to come and talk to that we are talking about the will of the people when they go and make the choices. And people must have assurance that elections are going to be free and fair. That is what the principles and values and ethos of our constitution stands for, that we're supposed to be a democratic state where the will of the people is exercised. And institutions like IEC are established to ensure that there are free and fair elections. So I just wanted us to correct that statement, that we as a country, we strive for free and fair elections based on the provisions of our constitution. Thank you very much.
I already touched. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to thank Re Sibekedi. Oh, okay, thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank Re Sibekedi, Re Ramule, Le Re Tibet for their presentation and for availing themselves. And of course, IEC, this is a time where we will be looking at you. And there will be so many questions from the community and from the political parties. giving you that. So try to squeeze your everything. And then during the questions and the inputs,
That was on a lighter note on behalf of and the chair is saying, whilst he's mentioning the name of Aaron Mutswana, he says, the chair is saying, because then the chair knows where we come from, she says, but why are my sweetheart? And now why expose Alene by people will be asking, Udibone guy, the squeezing thing. No, thanks, Honorable Council officials, the leadership of SALGA. I have prepared a presentation. I've been reading through it. And now, if I have to squeeze everything, it means that most of the key issues that I had actually prepared to try to enhance the knowledge of honorable councillors and to bring you up to speed why, as the chair of the portfolio committee on premier finance, cooperative governance and traditional affairs, working together with the chair of the public accounts, standing committee on public accounts in the province, and the former chair of chairs, who's now the MEC, and members in that particular committee, we have changed the perspective on how we view the section 139 interventions and why it is our firm belief that it is not yielding results. And in most of the time, depending on the political space where you are standing, you would want to agree with the intervention or not agree with the intervention. And in order for me to move with the speed, I'm just going to cite pieces of legislation that we then say, in order for province to justify the inception of your section 139 intervention, a province must have complied with the legislation. Leave the rest of the politics. As the MEC said, we can't enter into the political space. Compliance with the legislation. Now, some of the municipalities present here are a site of repeated interventions, and as it is today, as we are speaking, there's still issues of intervention in those particular municipalities. And yet, there's not been formidable change or progress registered in those particular municipalities. As of yesterday, there was a council meeting in Mamusa yesterday where they attempted to remove the newly elected mayor out of the dissolution. Just yesterday, the mayor is in about 4 or 5 months in office now, January, February to now. 4 or 5 months down the line, a municipality that has gone through 1391B, 1391C already. There's insurmountable problems there. Municipal manager removed last month, and now the mayor and this and that. From time immemorial in the province, Madibeng has been a subject of intervention since the time of Sikelo Sikeka. To date, still today, as we speak today, there's still intervention there. Whether there's compliance from the side of province and so on, it's another matter that I have to talk to. But I just want to give a narrative quickly, leading to May 2019. There's riots in the province. National government comes and intervene and formulate something called IM. Back then in March, April, somewhere in August, there's new MECs or the new executive led by the Honorable Mokoro. In August, the new MEC for local government sponsor an item to EXCO requesting intervention in 5 municipalities. Last in 2018, September, the intervention is being made. At which point did the MEC conduct an assessment of municipalities? Don't say to me there was a desktop analysis by finance. It does not work. If you are to conduct a proper assessment in a municipality, you go to a municipality, you sit with officials of the municipality, the political leadership of that municipality, and conduct an assessment. That has not been done. Back in 2018, I don't want to go far. Fast forward in April 2019, the MEC goes back to EXCO again, request now additional 8 or 9 municipalities added to the ones that have been put already in intervention back in 2018. This then brings to close in the province here, 14 municipalities under administration. Now here is the gist of the issue. The administration is requested on the 25th or 28th of April, 2019. We're on the verge of elections, national elections. On the 6th of May, the MEC signs into law or into action the intervention. On the 6th of May, it is the day of special vote. Is the executive at that particular time still in office? IC will be better to respond than me. On the 8th of May, it's national elections. 2 days later, the outgoing MEC, because at that time you didn't have a certainty that you will become a new MEC for that particular department, because after elections, logical conclusion says the premier will then insert new people, and there's no certainty that you will come back. So why do you rush to make such a decision 2 days before the national elections? Mind you, special vote on the 6th in May, started on the 6th of May, the day in which some of your letters here that invoke 1391B started. Now, fast forward, there's induction and everything. In July, the then new MEC, may he still rest in peace, Honorable Kekakilwe, start to now spread administrators, so-called experts, into various municipalities. And that is the time between June to July. Now, the other MEC, who was then Khosho at that particular time, came with the intervention. There's a new person now. He's taking this particular process forward. There's no handing over because all of them are new. All of them are new. And you want to deal with historical problems that you find in municipalities. I'll go back to quickly, Honorable Justin, to those historical problems. Let's go to the terms of reference of this intervention. The terms of reference of the intervention says the administrator must go to the municipality, assume all the legislative powers conferred to council. The terms of reference says the administrator must assume immediately the bank account of the municipality in contravention of Chapter 3 of your Municipal Finance Management Act. There's no way the terms of reference says council must then procure first a resolution. So even the stock fell, sabomme, you would not assume the bank account of your stock fell without a resolution of that stock fell. We are dealing in government and we are saying a person without submitting to council vetting result in terms of your municipal systems act, section 57. That particular person must come in, experts as they were called, and then they must assume bank accounts of municipalities. There's an existing CFO in other instances. There's an existing accounting officer. The terms of reference does not say to council what happens when the administrator assumes the powers conferred to the, in terms of section 54A of your Municipal Systems Act, to the accounting officer. It does not say. And in that instance, our key issue as the provincial legislature is that instead of you taking money to confer to service delivery, you are now going to pay two people, the administrator, 99,000 rand a month, and the accounting officer. Instead of you as the executive enforcing consequence management. So as to if the accounting officer of the municipality, in which now, in terms of your Structures Act 84, Systems Act, and Municipal Finance Management Act, says the accounting officer, the municipal manager is the accounting officer of the, and that particular person is responsible for the operation and the management of a municipality. So in the event that the municipality collapses, who is responsible? We can't go anywhere else but to the head of the accounting officer. So we have failed to execute consequence management, and instead we are taking a shortcut and coming up with 3, 4, 5 people. We all pay them almost about 500,000 a month, because if they are 4, and in the case of your Madibeng, it was about 7 people, almost varying payments of 199,000 to 140,000 a month. You can just multiply a month. What did we spend in Madibeng for the duration of the intervention, which is still continuing to date? Now, as I have mentioned, non-compliance with the legislation, there's section 151 of the Constitution, which recognizes the municipality as a sphere of government. It goes on to say, the other spheres of government, provincial and national, must not impede in the provision or the execution of services of this particular sphere. It recognizes a municipality not as a particular object or something. It says it must be recognized as a sphere. And national and provincial government must not interfere. Your terms of reference are littered with 152, 153. That municipalities has failed to execute obligations and legislative requirements in terms of service delivery and so on and so on. So conveniently, you skip 151, you jump to 152, 153, and you don't mention 154. And then you deal with all of these particular things, giving powers, and so on, to the conclusion of the terms of reference. You then say, after incorporating 139, it is a form of 154. That's what your terms of reference are saying. And I'm going to cite examples. In Nakamudiri Mulema and Dr. Ruth Mompati, amongst issues that were cited to have placed municipalities under administration was lack of conference of water and sanitation to the communities. Now we all know that in Ngaka and Dr. Arese municipalities, they are not water services authority. So you can't directly point a finger to a services water provider, which is a municipality. In terms of the division of revenue, section 29, municipalities in Ngaka and RSM, now the district municipality, the 2 districts, fails to comply with the prescripts of your Division of Revenue, Section 29, which inter alia says, after receiving the allocation or becoming aware of how much is going to be the allocation, a municipal manager of a category C municipality, which is a district, must then convene a meeting with the category B municipalities and agree on the schedule of allocations that they are going to give to their own sister municipalities. This is then being brought about because the district municipality does not have indigents. It derives its indigent register from these sister local municipalities. And as a result, the equitable share that goes to the district municipalities, it is from the locals. Now, as a result, the Division of Revenue then enforces that a particular allocation of the equitable share must go to the municipalities, to the local municipalities to cross-subsidize those indigents. It does not happen in NACA and RSM. What then do we do? Instead of, let me hasten to indicate that the very same act gives powers to the MEC, Treasury, and Coxstar. In the event that the two or the category C municipality and in our province, Yongaka and RSM does not comply, the act then guides very clear that the MEC Treasury must then make a recommendation to National Treasury that the allocation or the direct or the transfer must be then done direct to the local municipality. We don't do that. Instead, we take a shortcut, we go to 139. Now, in this particular case, money does not follow the function. The function is at the district, and the district then goes on to build a plant in a local municipality, whether it's a water treatment plant, whether it's a sewage treatment plant, and so on and so on. By the way, which consumes a lot of electricity. I was watching Nyamani yesterday here and saying, but the brother must be understanding that things that consume a lot of electricity in local municipalities are these plants that are running 24 hours, and they are not being maintained by the district. The operations and maintenance of those plants are expected that they must be at the level of the local municipality, but the money does not come to the local municipality. It goes to the district. And you are expected to budget for the operation and maintenance of an asset and a plant that is not in your register. Let me leave that because I'm told that I must shrink. Squeeze. Provincial government goes to the extent of, in the event of non-compliance with all that I've said in terms of legislation, invoke section 214 of the Constitution and withheld allocations of equitable shares and certain grants to these particular municipalities. Added to that, the functions that are not following the money or the money following the functions. Grants are allocated to DWS. Grants are allocated to water boards, but not direct to the local municipalities. That is only happen in Dr. KK and Bujanan. But with your Dr. RSM and Ngaka, it's a different matter altogether. If you look at the number of municipalities placed under 139 in Ngaka and RSM, it's almost all the municipalities. KK, it is only Makwasi Hills, JB Max added of recent, and then you jump to Madibeng, which has been a site of intervention for many, many years. And there, Muretele, but you don't understand what is the administration function in Muretele or not. Now, we actually substitute failure to comply, and it's your actions as councillors, with the requirements of section 56 and 57 of your Municipal Systems Act in hiring your senior managers. And instead of us saying, reverse the process because you have not complied, you go to 139. Failure to comply with your credit control policy, which amongst others talks to many other things that I feared in the platform yesterday. One that I'm going to cite is that I can't be justified as the MEC of local government, of public works, of health, knowing that I owe municipalities millions and millions of money, sit in an EXCO meeting and say that municipality is unable to carry out its constitutional mandate. Because the municipality is failing simply because you are owing them millions and millions of money. Transnet, ESCOM, and so on and so on, these SOEs of government, that are their assets are in local municipalities. If you talk to public works about those particular assets, officials within public works will give you a very long, dubious, complex explanation as to contesting the rates that the municipality would have levied public works. Public works is a major culprit, but nonetheless, we're not necessarily saying because government is not paying. Yourself as the municipality, you are immune from non-compliance or inaction. You are also found wanting in terms of having to ensure that whoever is your revenue manager is able to recoup what is due to the municipality. But if you look into the prescripts of MFMA, it places the responsibility squarely on the municipal manager and the CFO. But the person responsible there is the revenue manager. And each time a document is authored by the directors of a municipality and take you to a review meeting where in the review meeting, the so-called revenue enhancement strategy is going to be presented and approved by council. But the person who's supposed to recover this particular revenue, and I'll cite municipalities, there's no way that a municipality such as Mafikeng will not have money. Equally, they're supposed to be on par with Rustenburg and Madibeng, with their mines and so on, because there's government properties in Mafikeng all over. Yet Mafikeng has not made attempts to try to levy rates from, there's government all over. There's government, all of us, including myself, who are residing there in Mafikeng. As to how now people of government stay there for free and so on, and to the extent of them occupying flats that were meant to benefit the poor, working for government. These are the shortcomings that are resulting. And instead we take a shortcut and go to 139. Failure to comply with supply chain processes. The Auditor General is on record saying, I have not received documents, this, and this, and that. It is simply because of, in all of your, including a municipality where I come from, government officials are conducting business with government, including at the level of municipality. The reason why there are no documents is simply because of that. I would want any of you to challenge me, including a municipality where I come from, including councillors. Instead of us going to the implementation of consequence management, we take the short route and say section 139. Now, we would want as a provincial parliament to be convinced that as local government and treasury and EXCO, you have complied with the necessary prescripts of the law in order for you to arrive at the approval of the intervention and how the intervention has yielded result. One, since your intervention in Madibeng, Mamusa, Matlosana, Disobotla, I'm talking of now the early 2000s. By the way, Mamusa is dissolved twice now. It was dissolved first in 2003 by the former MEC Star Vilakazi. It has not yielded results since then, and to date it has been dissolved. It has not yielded result. You leave municipalities with ballooning high irregular expenditure, such as Yongaka, which is at about 4.5, Honorable Chair of Scopa. Rustenburg amongst the highest, JB Max amongst the highest. And you go to struggling municipalities such as Bodi, Botswaing, Disobota, Lekwataimani, and so on and so on. Not that we say irregular expenditure, if it is low, there shouldn't be intervention. But if your irregular expenditure is untreated, such as in Naga, and you continue to spend money unabatedly, including the 93 million squandered on COVID-19, and you don't seem to attract intervention, then we are saying that intervention is not genuine. If provincial government, for instance, goes to Mamusa and remove the MM there and replace the MM with a person who has been a manager, no qualification, no what, no experience, and so on and so on, a manager in the office of Mama Ruta Mompati Kunaledi. And that particular person, in contravention of MFMA system sector and so on, and you put that particular person there by the name of Shamin Pareira, and then you say, no, that person is an expert. If you go to Lekwataiman, the forensic audit that was conducted in Moses Kotan, and a person found guilty there by the forensic audit conducted by Tandimu Dise as the premier then. Such person is taken charge of fraud to Lekwataiman. That person is an expert. A person taken to Mafikeng is from Klekzo municipality by the name of Mwadira, because it's public knowledge now that it's from court, charged on 16 counts of fraud, went to court to contest those charges, court reduced them to 14, the 14 remains. It means that this person is a fraudulent character. You take that person and you take him to Mafikeng and you say he's an expert. A person that has walked out in a meeting of public accounts, a committee, during the time of Mefeni Khawlauri, is then taken to JB Max to become a municipal manager there. That particular person, before he left Naledi, he has assaulted councillors there. And there's a case standing in Naledi of an official who assaulted them. This person now, because of whatever reason, is then just to share a glimpse of what we then say, but are you saying you are intervening? If you are in a provincial government and you intervene in a wrong way, is that intervention? And the last one, chair of the session, the NCOP comes and conduct an oversight in terms of the intervention before they can approve. They go to Lekwataimani, the meeting does not end well. They go to Mamusa, the meeting does not end well. They go to Naledi, the meeting is peaceful, and Samu and the rest of them make submissions and so on and so on. Councillors say to them, we've got 7 months, 8 months, unable to come to our own chamber, and so on and so on. These are the issues. You go to Ratlo. Ratlo tells you that before your intervention, we're able to spend our MIG and we're unqualified and unqualified reports. During your intervention, we then procured a disclaimer. We go to Tswaing, they say we are happy with the intervention. You go to JB Max, there's no meeting. You come to Madibeng, the meeting is for 10 minutes. NCOP goes back and say, we've consulted adequately and we think there are justifiable reasons to effect intervention. In their report, they include that comments are from councillors of the IFP. There's no municipality here in the province that has councillors of the IFP. It means the report was not authentic. It was doctored. So how then does a municipality accept in an intervention. It cannot be imposed. There's IGR framework that has to be complied with. There's 154 that you then have to prove that we have gone to this municipality repeatedly and we have then effected 154 support to the municipality. The municipality is on a repeated and habitual non-compliant. Now, in the absence of 154, we cannot be convinced. The last thing is you can't break the law. All of this that you are saying, municipality must comply with. You don't comply with your own Municipal Systems Act. You don't comply with your own MFMA. You don't comply with your own constitution. Section 154, as I've alluded to, all of the prescript and the requirements in terms of the money bills and everything, because you are taking people who have not been vetted and put them in charge of bank accounts of municipalities. It has happened, 14 municipalities. If you look at the terms of reference, the terms of reference says immediately on your arrival, assume the bank account of the municipality. Now, the instruction is for you to go and bulldoze and force yourself into the account of the municipality. The question as to why, I'll leave it to your conscience. But in the absence of non-compliance and where you stand politically, all of these interventions to date, even the one that goes on in Madibeng, to date as we speak, they don't comply unless we subject to ourselves to the laws governing local government to the latter. Thanks, Chair. I've managed to shrink.
Thank you, Honorable Mutswana. I think the 15 minutes I gave to you, so it's fine. I know this issue of intervention is provoking, and hence we allowed you to make a presentation so that we have a clear picture of what is happening in our area. And without waste of time, colleagues, I will now allow Voice Knox Remraga. Is he ready? Lance, where you are, I think you are listening to me. And we will now give you an opportunity to make a presentation. And of course, the major question that has been raised all over, which we think you will respond to as you make a presentation, is the issue of the danger allowance. All over the municipalities, employees and councillors, they want to know about the implementation and the how part of it. So we believe your presentation will cover that before we get the question from this room. So please, over to you, Knox or Lance. You'll bear with me. I'm working with Knox as my unit manager from SALGA, so his name is on my tongue. Lance, are you ready? Lance?
Well, thank you very much, Program Director. I'm hoping that I'm audible from where I'm sitting.
You are audible enough. We are now handing over officially to you to make a presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Program. Thank you very much, Program Director. May I extend greetings to the PEC of SALGA in the province, led by the Executive Mayor of Bojanala District, Councillor Molosiwa. And also, for the sake of time, also recognize all protocols. I am not sure if I may have missed the brief, I was asked to talk about Section 139 interventions and the SALGA approach. So I am not sure, Program Director, because it appears that you may have a different expectation, but I'm sure colleagues will clarify on their end. The topic, as I'm saying, is around interventions and in particular the SALGA approach. Very much appreciating the inputs made by Honorable Matsuan. As a former leader in SALGA and a councillor, he was spot on in his own assessment around Section 139s. And if we look at our own assessment as SALGA, this slide really reflects on what we think are some of the key problem statements. The fact that we continue to see an increase in the number of Section 139 interventions. We have seen a number of municipalities being dissolved with the courts firstly, and secondly, the by-elections resolving the matters recently. We have seen 16 municipalities across the country, some of them that are in the Northwest Province, having been under Section 139 interventions more than one. I like making the example because it sends such a strong message that in your own province, you have a municipality that has been subjected to Section 139 more than 5 times. So it is perpetually under intervention. We have also seen, based on empirical evidence, that municipalities are worse off rather than better off after the interventions, and that we've also seen that support directed to municipalities are very fragmented and very much inconsistent. And all of this has resulted in the picture that we currently have. And we are providing a space in this slide where you can fill in the gaps, and you would know that there are many more problem statements that could be added to this particular list. In our own reflection, based on recent interventions, Chairperson, I'm going to spend very little time on this, and the presentation would be available for delegates to peruse in their own time. But here is an example in Gauteng province of a municipality that the provincial government invoked Section 139 intervention as far back as in June 2018. This municipality continues to be under intervention despite the fact that provincial government has been in that area for the last 3+ years. We are now at 3.5 years, and still this municipality is as an intervention. You would have read a month ago, linked to a point made by Honorable Matsuan, that this municipality, under the guidance of provincial government, had their bank accounts attached, and yet this municipality is under Section 139 5A intervention. And provincial government has taken over the implementation of that financial recovery plan, but yet the problems are sustained despite the intervention. We have raised a number of concerns around this intervention. Firstly, the legal status around the intervention over such an extended period, the status of the administrators that have been sent there, including the terms of reference of those administrators. We have raised concerns around whether these interventions are in fact meeting their desired outcomes, and whether there is a link between the role of council as a collective and as the executive authority in the municipality, and the role of the administrators in the results that you are currently seeing that seems to suggest that the municipality is worse off rather than better off. And we have also highlighted a number of deficiencies on the procedural aspects of the intervention. Similarly, the city of Tshwane, we have raised our own concerns. I think I need not go into much, considering that the council has now been reinstated and the courts had to intervene. But interesting points that we would want to highlight that the courts make that are lessons that we can draw from is there's a statement made by the judges that running of the city by an unelected administrator is the very antithesis of the values that are outlined in the Constitution for local government to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities. So the courts are saying here, you have an election, it gives you an outcome. You then remove that outcome and you appoint a person to run the affairs of that municipality. And that in itself goes against the grain of the Constitution that says that we must have democratic and accountable local government, accountable government for local communities. The second point is the citizens of the city have a fundamental constitutional right to be governed by those they elected. So as much as we may not be happy with the outcome of an election, particularly where the election does not give us a party that has a majority number of seats in the council, we can't reject that outcome if that is as a consequence of the will of the people. And the people of Tshwane, in this particular case, the courts are saying they deserve, because they elected these people, they deserve to be governed by these people that they elected. And there would be irreparable harm established and has been established in this case, not only for the councillors that were so affected, but also for the citizens of the city of Tshwane. And the reason why we are highlighting these critical elements is that we think that lessons can be drawn from this experience. And sometimes we must be reminded that we do have a constitution that has been informed by key principles around democracy. And it would be important for us as the spheres of government to respect the constitution and what it has dictated for us in our democracy. In the absence of thereof, we are going to have difficulties. And that's unfortunately what happened in the city of Tshwane. A last example I wanted to draw on, and perhaps to supplement the submissions being made by Honorable Matswana, is that another example is this Mangaung municipality. The municipality was placed under Section 139 intervention in December last year, meaning that a financial recovery plan had to be developed and provincial government had to implement that particular financial recovery plan. And that's exactly what happened. But take one step back, is that here is an intervention by provincial government around the financial affairs of a municipality. But when you go and look at who is the biggest debtor of this municipality, it is the very same provincial government. So this municipality was owed over 1.2 billion by provincial government. Now, the question is, how can a government that contributes to the financial difficulties of the municipality take over the responsibility to improve its financial affairs? Beyond that, we have raised a number of concerns, and this slide reflects on those concerns. So just to paint the picture in terms of the developments as they unfolded, December 2019, Section 139 intervention is invoked. It is communicated with both SALGA and the municipality. SALGA raises concerns. The administrator is appointed, or team of administrators are appointed on the 27th of January. But look at what happens quite interestingly. Nearly 4 months later, the terms of reference is finalized for that team of administrators. Nearly 6 months after the appointment of the administrators, the draft financial recovery plan is being consulted upon. So a team of people, so there's an intervention, it's a financial intervention to drive the implementation of a financial recovery plan. That financial recovery plan is not finalized within the first 6 months of the intervention. That's the first problem. The second problem, the team that is sent to implement that particular financial recovery plan does not have a plan to implement. But secondly, at least for the first 6 months they were there, they did not have a plan to implement. But secondly, they did not have approved terms of reference to be their Bible as they are to implement this particular intervention. So it creates serious difficulties around whether the intentions, both from a procedural and a substantive point of view, through interventions are indeed being executed as anticipated. And here is a typical example. We are always looking at this example and say, how do we still allow these things to happen within our respective localities? And we have raised serious concerns around this particular intervention. So where we remain concerned as SALGA is that within the context of cooperative governance, it remains a challenge. And when we say cooperative governance, it is the three spheres of government working together to ultimately ensure that government as a whole is able to execute its mandate. But what is more worrying for us is that despite the fact that there is no positive story coming from an intervention, we however still see an increase in the number of the institution of interventions. And as SALGA, what we have proposed is that perhaps we need to look at a legislative solution to the problem. And in this regard, we had advocated for the interventions, intergovernmental monitoring support and interventions bill to be reintroduced. So we do know that COCTA is working hard on getting this bill into the IGR process. And secondly, what we have done internally as SALGA is to establish an intervention support unit that will ultimately coordinate the implementation of support and advice to municipalities. And what we ultimately want to achieve through this interventions unit is to have, within the context of SALGA itself, internal coordination of how we are directing support to our members, coordinate how we will structure ourselves. Thirdly, how through mobilizing support, we will partner with other spheres of government, with other stakeholders. And lastly, how we will use common approaches and lessons learned to support our members. And what we are now busy introducing is firstly looking at a self-assessment tool, or what we are referring to as an early warning monitoring and reporting system, which will be used by municipalities and using information, reporting information that municipalities are already developing. So all it will be is a tool using the reporting information to assess what progress is being made by the municipality. So it's a tool to self-assess municipal performance. But at the same time, it is also a tool to self-correct. So a municipality has the benefit on an ongoing basis to assess the progress made and when necessary, introduce self-correction where there are indeed red flags that come out of the early warning system. The second thing we intend doing is to identify the areas that requires ongoing monitoring. So engaging provincial and national government to play their monitoring role so that on an ongoing basis, they are also aware of what the challenges are that municipalities are experiencing. So we would want to say to provincial and national government that there are 75 reporting mechanisms that municipalities have to adhere to. What do you do with the reports that you receive? These 75 reports that you receive from municipalities. What do you do with those reports? Are you using it as a tool to monitor on an ongoing basis the performance of municipalities? And where you pick up red flags, then engaging with that municipality, not intervening, engaging with the municipality on possible areas that could be regarded as non-fulfillment of the executive obligation. So that's the second area that we will advance as part of our new approach. And then lastly is when a municipality has done the self-assessment and it wants to self-correct, but realizes that it does not have the necessary internal capacity to self-correct, then we would look at mobilizing targeted support, whether it's from national government or provincial government, whether it is from SALGA itself or other key role players, or whether it is from another municipality that has the necessary capacity. And the idea would then ultimately be to ensure that through the self-assessment, municipalities are able to self-correct. If there are capacity challenges, we bring in the necessary support to assist that municipality to self-correct, and as such avoid the municipalities defaulting on their executive obligations, and as a consequence avoid the Section 139 implementation. So that is the new approach that we are taking, and this slide, as I conclude, Program Director, indicates to you the framework that is going to be followed. So there will be ongoing diagnosis, identifying what the challenges are, deploying the necessary resources to respond to that challenge on an ongoing basis, report, have a plan that will ensure that the municipality is sustainable in executing its mandate, and where that intervention has been successful, we then do a closeout report and allow that municipality to be sustained over a long-term period. So my short input very much aligned to the input made by the Honorable Motswana, and indicative of the new approach that SALGA will take going forward in interventions. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Lance, for the presentation. And of course, when you were to present, I said you must cover the danger allowance, and I'm told immediately after questions, we will then have Ntate Ndlala who will be covering that. So let it not be a question for now, and we'll allow Ramutswana. Honorable Mutswana, can you come forth as you'll be responding together with Dr. Koma and Lance, the three of you will be responding to the inputs and questions, as I said to members, that let's hold the issues around the governance, IGR, and the interventions within our municipalities. And during the presentation, all of you, if I have to recap a bit, you can hear that there is somehow we are not doing things correctly according to the legislation. There is a common factor on that. When you intervene in a municipality and in your reasons of intervention, you mention a point where you say the municipality is unable to collect revenue. And as a department, you are not paying for your revenue. It's another issue. So you just ask yourself a question, because you need to start in-house. The other issue that is common, you know, since I led this portfolio working group, it has been mentioned many a times that we need to try as the province to follow the legislation to the latter when implementing the Section 139, and it has never been done in the Northwest. If you have to look at our terms of reference vis-a-vis on your Section 1391B, if you compare your terms of reference to administrators of the Northwest province and of Limpopo and Gauteng and other provinces, they are different. You ask yourself a question, why? Because the legislation is one. We must try our best as leaders in the Northwest because it speaks about us. And it wants us to rise to the call, to say, much as we have issues, but we have to do things according to the legislation. If we do that, we will not have the issues with AG. So I'm just saying we are left with few months. I'm saying these things is unfortunately when we are left with few months in government and we are preparing for the new team that is coming. But we have to say these things because we don't know. Some of us here, we will be leading SALGA, some will be leading municipalities. So it is important to share information and to share knowledge. And, you know, when we are dealing with the interventions, Dr. and Honorable Motswani, Ukari MEC was Nkaba Alikwanu because that's one other important, because I know members will be raising issues that touches their municipalities. So if MEC was here, at least when things comes to his desk, he will be able to say whether this is right or not, because depending on a written report is not enough. Because most of us, we are making mistakes and taking wrong decisions because of the written reports. A written report is a danger to us. That's one thing I have identified, because writing a report is writing a report. But the question is, what is the reality of issues in that institution or in that municipality? And always our reports, we direct our reports towards the direction that we want us, or we want to benefit. So it is wrong for us to do that. We must also, as Northwesters, rise above those issues. Those are pure principles that we have to look at. I'm not going to touch on the issues that I wanted to touch about Madibeng, but I will touch, maybe my colleagues will raise those things. But now I'm representing the province, and there are colleagues representing Madibeng. So let me give them chance. If they didn't raise those things at the end, we'll then allow them. I'm going to take hands and will allow you. On this one, I'm going to give you 3 minutes, each one of you, so that you are able to ask questions and get clarity at the later stage, and will allow the panelists to take notes of the questions. But most importantly, colleagues, the issue that we need to know, or that we need to put before us, is that always as leaders, let's make sure that we don't lose our dignity and integrity. Always let's make sure that we don't lose our character and career. Always let's make sure that we don't lose our passion, which is serving our communities. So on that note, I'm going to take hands. I will start from this side, and then let me start. Any hand from this side? Any hand from my left-hand side? No. And then we come here. I will take a hand. You are number one, colleague. Number two, Remaimani. Number three, Rema Ratani. And then we come this side. Number four, Ratloi. Number five, Ray Johnson. Any other person this side? None. And oh, you are the last. And that side? That side? None. So we have 5 hands in that order. Simon Lama. Start by introducing yourself.
My name is I don't know what's wrong with my name is I'm from Dr. Kenneth my question goes to
No, you are the PEC member and the deputy chair of the province of SALGA.
My question goes to Tate Motswana. Are we going to see a change? Are we going to see a change of heart from the provincial government in terms of deploying these administrators to local municipalities? I have heard your presentation, which gave me little hope as to when are you going to effect that to the local municipalities. And ke nagana gore really local government and Tate Motswana, re ka se le pateletse gore le re rate. It has to be obvious as a cooperating government to fall in love with us. Moreover, that we are a sphere that is so exposed to issues of service delivery. So those are my 2 questions that I wanted to pose.
Number 2, Raleboga Mekoloti.
Thank you, Mudlastil. Mine is in 2 folds, question and comment.
Introduce yourself, Remaimani.
I hope I'm clear on that. My name is Datlas Maimani. I'm a councillor in Madibeng, member of the mayoral committee. I think, firstly, as councillors, we are punished for failure by some departments of government. I've been a councillor for a number of years now. Interventions came and went. And as reported by yourselves, without any tangible solutions. In the first intervention in Madibeng, which was done at the time of a minister called Sikelo Sikweka, may his soul rest in peace. That intervention produced certain results. There was an administrator called Matrawe.
May his soul rest in peace.
Also may his soul rest in peace. It produced results to say there are people that are liable, that are criminally liable for their actions in the municipality. This current intervention that came also did some work, but I don't know. Probably you will evaluate as a committee. I'm saying these things because there are instances where people report, the Auditor General's findings was that there was irregular expenditure, fruitless, wasteful, and so on. And there were officials identified. Cases were opened at the local police station. No action was taken from the side of the police. So when the same the officials that did the same wrongs 10 years ago are still in the system now. Cases were opened, no action taken, and it creates an impression that there's no political leadership. Councillors are not doing their work. We are doing our oversight work, but when cases are opened, no action is taken. Some former officials are holding key positions in government. No action has never been taken against them. Cases are lying with the police. That's what I wanted to raise with you as leadership. You'll respond to that. The last point I want to come to, it's a matter around perhaps a model in which SALGA must guide, because interventions may be necessary in certain instances. We may not rule them out completely. They may be necessary in conditions where interventions must be done. But at least guideline must be made, because there is a decision taken by people somewhere else to say, no, we're going to intervene in these municipalities. The interventions are not objective, firstly, some of them. I mean, the Tshwane case also showed that there's lack of objectivity. I mean, if there was objectivity, I don't think that case could have been lost. But because there were emotional attachment and political agendas, and that intervention, when challenged, it could not face the light of day in court. So I'm saying there's got to be a way in which SALGA comes and ensures that there is clarification, both political and administrative, on matters of intervention, so that we don't have a repetition of the current problems going into the future. Perhaps a suggestion that there's got to be limitation given to MECs on the matter of intervention, and perhaps more work should be done at the level of NCOP, because one meeting, like you suggested, that lasted 10 minutes and it's said to be consultation. I don't think that can be sufficient to call for intervention. So I suggest that SALGA, there's got to be a way of advancing a manner in which interventions are done. I thank you.
Number 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Okwa Marapian. I'm representing Bojanala District Municipality. I've got 3 issues before me, Program Director. I fully agree with Ndate Motswana on the fact that the intervention by the administrators have got some nefarious intentions. It's very clear, because he has highlighted the fact that in terms of Section 54A of the Municipal Systems Act, the municipal manager of municipality is the one who is supposed to, who is heading administration. Then if the intervention is brought to a municipality in the form of the administrator, who is said to be an expert in most instances, but his expertise does not even give direction as to where does the word expert is coming from. The rationale behind the invocation of Section 1391B municipalities has proven to be without any success. The point in case is in the municipality of local municipality of Madibeng. On many occasions, administrators were brought there, but there's never been any change in terms of success or better audit outcomes. The second point is the concern that I want to raise, because Dr. Koma indicated that according to the auditor's outcomes, I don't know whether it's 2018-19, it was indicated or flagged that in the municipality of Madibeng, 30 million was paid to officials in the BTO, 35 million was paid to consultant to do the very same job. So obviously that in itself results into wasteful expenditure, which I think it has to be looked at very thoroughly. But overall, lastly, Chairperson, is that the 3 spheres of government suffers from the culture of lack of consequence management. We cannot come to meetings, we complain all the time, but it seems there is no action taken against officials, as Mr. Maiman has correctly indicated that there are people. It seems the more you become corrupt in this country, the more you are being elevated. How can you have people serving in the national government, whereas they've been involved in corrupt activities from local government? They were elevated to the provincial government. Some of them are in the National Assembly. Obviously, they are making a mockery of our government. Thank you very much.
Number 4.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joseph Murphy Ratloi. I'm the councillor in Madibeng. How I wish I was supposed to speak before Reba Imani, because he touch of things that I wanted to talk about. But however, Chair, let me just place my worries on the AG presentations or report. I doubt that report is full. When the AG presented before the councillors, AG indicated that I was faced by anarchy, and those anarchy are the officials of the municipality, but that is not actually been presented. And I don't know what informs that it's a report that will speak about a political will. From my side, I doubt it's a monologue report. And again, there is a regulation signed by the presidency that says in negativity outcome of the municipality, the councillors' money will be deducted. What about these administrations in our municipalities, in particular Madibeng, the administration that was there since 2009 till to date? What about them? These things happen before their eyes. And again, we are repeating the issues across the province. There's no consequences management. NCOP will come, will speak of 30 vis-a-vis 35 million. The provincial scope will come speak of 30 vis-a-vis 35. That there must be an action. There is indeed, I'm not sure whether are corruptees, but those ones are thieves, especially from PTO in the municipalities. Cases was open, as MMC Mamani has spoken. Cases were registered with SAPS, but today there is nothing. And you'll blame municipality, you'll blame political will. Where is SAPS? Where is that big here? There was an issue raised about, hey, this mic is disturbing me. Yo. I'm not sure whether are you going to get a bit of this. It's a sabotage. So as I conclude, Chair, I'm raising that the SAPS must be attended to these issues that we have raised since 2009. Some of them, they are leaders. If today we're supposed to speak of the poor of the poorest, I would understand.
Number 5.
Thank you, Chair. Calvin Johnson, JB Max Local Municipality. To Dr. Nkomo. Dr. Nkomo, I'm interested to hear your views on the provincial intervention into local municipalities, whilst the provincial intervention and the departments, it's under Section 100. They self are limping, they self under administration, and how do you justify that? To Lance, Honorable Matswana confirmed the youth salary bill, and it's just business as usual. It's continuing. We appreciate what SALGA is doing. Can't SALGA advocate for an immediate moratorium on Section 139 interventions? Then lastly, Chair, there is a political dimension into this 139 intervention, but none of the speakers attempted to address that specific issue or suggest ways and means on how we can overcome that political dimensions. I thank you, Chair.
That was the last hand, and I'm giving to the chairperson. The theme for today was Navy. You didn't ask us yesterday.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the issue in the Langside presenter, I requested specifically because the issue of Section 139, Councillor Muzwana, Honorable Muzwana dealt with it and Mayor Malachi yesterday. I wanted him to specifically touch on the issue of danger allowance, because as and when municipalities are encountering challenges in their municipalities, they always call. Even yesterday in the media briefing, they wanted me to clarify on the issue of danger allowance. So I wanted him. In fact, I wanted Rio. I thought he would do. And the other question from me, I don't know whether it's to say it's a question, Dr. Koma, because I am not expecting you to answer now. You can take it as a food for thought, because I can give you an example of where I am deployed in Bojana. You have cited an example of it. And more often than not, when people are presenting about it, they said, we found a clean audit many years, and when we arrived, they started this claim. It is because the last audit when we arrived, it looked like when the documents for audit were presented, there were these other documents that were outstanding for the creditors that now we find them. For an example, we found the new administration, in fact, not me, found a overdraft of 43 million. No, the question is, how are we going to account for it? Because accounting for it would mean we need to submit the proof of payment, the documents, where it's a very chronic disease in our institutions. You'll never find them. Over and above us having a supply chain. Chain means it goes from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to the last person. And the surprising question will be, how do we then like documents, supporting documents, or else we've got a chain? Those are the challenges that we're having. But now the challenge, over and above what you cited, Kamadibe, it can't be normal that we are having people in the BTO and they are earning a lot of money, and on the other side, we are looking for consultants. Hence now, in Bojana, we are no longer using consultant in terms of the BTO. Now the challenge is, more often, in the last 10 years, in the audit finding, there's an indication here, the BTO department. Ne? When you get into the Hahona positioning vacant, when you look into their qualification, they are highly qualified in terms of accounting. The simple accounting principles is not implemented. Now, over and above that, you will request assistance from SALGA. SALGA will come with MASP. You request assistance from Provincial Treasury. Provincial Treasury will also assist. And over and above that, there is no output. Now, what I want you to make it in your programs, what is it that can be done? Because from the level of politicians, we have tried to engage relevant authorities that can assist us in training these people. But as at now, I can tell you, the province deployed an active CFO. He is struggling alone over and above those qualifications. Now, in terms of the Section 139, Honorable Muzwana, you know, when you are sick, you go to the doctor, I mean, if my blood pressure is high, Dr. Panado, I will say, I give Panado, I want something that can work on my blood pressure. If I go to you as a doctor, I will tell you what is it that, as the doctor would have known. So the challenge that is here in our municipality is that I want to diagnose. You can't just present to Madibeng as an example, an administrator, who's not an audit. Yeah, what is it that need to happen? You know, issue section 139, now since 2010, the late check. We questioned it when I was in Moses Kotane, because Moses Kotane in the awards that clean audit, but they invoked section 139, maybe for political reason, because for legislative reason, no substantial. Still, that till from that time till today, on the 6th of March, we were in the NEC of SALGA in Polokwane. Both the NEC of SALGA and both the chairperson, NCOP, Councillor Doduf, Honorable Doduf, we were arguing like we are arguing today. In terms of the section 139. Now, to my personal view, it rests upon us councillors. Now, when there's an announcement, we need to question. Again, we are leaders in the space. We need to leave the footprints. We need to be assertive. Instead of us joining hands together, it's fine. You can administrator. Refer qualifications, the background and experience of the administrator. In this institution, what is it that you want to assist us with? Instead of doing that, we fight. We fight in council. Council are not divided. Baba administrator because they are closer to the MEC. Baba because administrator kwa MEC or kwa mayor or kwa ma. That is what I think we So now I'm pleading to yourself. Your responses stand long since terms of section 139. Without us, SALGA constitutionally, section 139. Because where I'm seated, Honorable Muzwana, I know not of MECs since I become the chairperson who once consulted SALGA before invoking section 139. I will be lying. From MEC Feni, from Motlalepule, from Kihakilwe, Akisi the new broom, maybe we can consult SALGA. Because our argument has been one, where is the audit? Financial problems. Activist in the ANC, just because I employed for now. One person. We had a presentation at the level of NEC from Western Cape, for example. In my view, as a good practice, to say one of your weaknesses, you don't audit what are the needs of an institution. And also it's in the accounting principles. And one of the challenges in municipalities is finances. So now over and above the comments, it still rests upon us as leaders of the municipalities. We want to if it comes to a push, because you are sick. One we are sick as a municipality. You want something that can assist you. And I've never seen a closeout report. Since 2010, I've never seen a closeout report. We requested a closeout report. You know, if you are giving a personal responsibility with terms of reference, you need at the end of the term, request him or her a closeout report to say, on this terms of reference, I was able to do 1, 2, 3. Here is the report. Such that if there's still a need, extension, at least the council itself knows where to start and how to deal with. Whether is it a financial issue, whether is it a issue, lack of work ethics, because now is lack of work ethics. Because if people are qualified and every time the general will complain about one thing, it seems you can take a horse to the river, but you can't force it to drink. So optionally, you follow the proper processes and you let the person go. Thank you very much.
Lastly, from my side, as the facilitator, I think it will be proper for you to also answer to this one. What is a lack of political will? Because I've been seeing that across all the audits. And I myself have challenged the AG, even last time when I was with them at the anti-corruption event in Madibeng, I told them, you must tell me, when you are saying I lack a political will, what is that? Because for me, it is limited. Why I am saying that, I can go as far as taking a decision and somebody must implement. So if this person doesn't implement, if we have to take a practical example, if I suspend a director in the department or municipal manager, after suspension, let me take on the administrator, on the director. If this director is suspended, we have taken a decision in council that based on the forensic report, go and suspend this director. And the director is suspended. The municipal manager has to implement the decision of council. The disciplinary hearing is set. The director go for the disciplinary hearing. At the same time, there is a case opened against the director, and the disciplinary hearing clears the director. The SAPS, as MMC Maimane has said, you'll await for their outcomes. You will never know what is happening. You will never know what is happening in the SAPS. We have never yielded any results. And when the AG comes the following year, he still says there is a lack of political will because there's no consequence management. So tell me who's who? Are we to be blamed? Hence I said to the NCOP that please, I think this is time now we have to look at our legislation, because for me, it has loopholes. We are held accountable on other issues where we, as political leadership, we are unable to move on that. We are unable to do anything. And I've also given a practical example to say, if I go to ShopRite in Breads and see a lot of general workers roving around the ShopRite during the day or sleeping around the trees, the little I can do, I will call municipal manager and say, what's happening? I'm seeing our officials here. They're not working. What is that? So I'm limited to that. Somebody must do the work. So lack of political will. I want us to dwell much on this thing. And I said that to the Auditor General, because it doesn't speak well about us as politicians. And we have been taking it for granted, but I can tell you it's another cloud. So we must clear this cloud. We cannot go away with it. The other issue that I want us to, this house, you must assist us, Ramotswana, because you are at the provincial legislature. In Madibeng, we have the PAC loan, which we reported in all the offices, your province, let me start by district, province, and national. For years, we reported that loan, which was taken in 1993. We were not there. But you know what? One of the issues raised by the AG every year is that we have unfunded budget. And until that PIC loan is cleared, we will never have a funded budget in Madibeng, even if we can collect the revenue, because we are owing a lot of millions. So we need government to assist us on that. We are heading for our exit, but we must prepare for those who are coming in the next term. The other issue that I want you to touch on is, it's so sad when there is an investigation and the AG also picked up that thing, that there were unauthorized debit orders. Everyone likes talking about it. I'm sharing it because it has been on media for some times. The unauthorized debit orders from the municipal account. If I can tell you, the investigation reveals that none of our municipal officials is attached to the unauthorized expenditure or debit order. So you ask yourself a question: if the forensic investigation, the police, because the case now is with the police, and the police got the people who are using those debit orders, they says they are somewhere in debit. So if the police says these people are not municipal officials and they are not municipal officials, and up to so far, our investigation reveals that they are not connected to any official. So you ask yourself a question that how do you remedy that? Or how do you get your money back? How do you retrieve your money from those people? Because yes, we are saying they are in Devon, but they are unknown. We are still doing the investigation, but the little we can do is to stop. The little we can do is to stop the debits, and that's what we have done, Remotswana. The other issue is that, like you said, Madibeng, we have been there on interventions, but everyone knows and that, yes, we have our own mistakes, doctor, like any other municipality, but that doesn't warrant that we can, because for us it's a punishment. It's a punishment that we are put under intervention. And everybody, even a blind person, can see that. But we can't do anything. And I want to rectify this that our disclaimer, we started having a disclaimer in 2017, 2018. That's when we started having the disclaimer. And the other thing that I think we need is the support from the province. The Section 139 intervention is not a solution. It's not a solution. And for all the interventions, the intervention in 2009 until 2010, 2009, 2010 until 2011 elections, we had that intervention, and then we had another intervention last year until July, June last year and until July this year.
I just want to establish and my humble apology if my understanding may be lost. I will definitely withdraw. Nekira, I see a conflict of interest from the chair on the matter. And I think I will truly apologize.
No, you're correct. It's okay. Conflict of interest.
Okay, let me withdraw, Chair.
Yeah, and I clearly said I'm going to have a bite on these things because always examples are set by Madibeng, and I'm even fighting this at the National Working Group, and it's wrong for you not to have a clear picture because Madibeng, it has been always, the example is given by Madibeng, but I will end. I was in actual fact ending my my submission. So I just wanted to say to Remotswana, it is important, Remotswana, for the province to support us. 139 is not a solution. And like I said, we need to make sure that there is support not only for Madibeng. even in other municipalities, the interventions, we all know that the interventions, like the chairperson has said, it has never been done according to the procedure, or legislation was not followed to the letter. And on that note, we'll allow the panel to make submissions, but at the same time, when you make your submission, you must tell us about the issue of the gap that we see within the legislation. And we also need an input from SALGA to say when SALGA also need to look at that. How can we close the gaps? Because we are seen as SALGA not doing anything. So we also need, when we review our constitution, we also need to look at the constitution so that we tighten up the screws to say when the 139 or when the sections are implemented or interventions are implemented, there is a binding section within our constitution. So I will allow first Doctor to respond, then Ramotswane.
Okay, thank you, Program Director, and thanks to all the delegates, the councillors who asked thought-provoking questions. Very interesting questions indeed. But today, I take pleasure in the fact that myself, Mr. Motswana, and Lance are on the same page. We are in agreement that Section 139 intervention does not yield any desired outcomes. It is more of a stopgap. It is meant to address or fulfill or advance certain political interests. But if you look at the actuality of the intervention that is carried out on the ground, there are multiple case studies which were mentioned by Lance. I also briefly touched on some of those, and also Mr. Motswana gave you a number of examples as it pertains to the province. So as I said, we don't really need to rush to invoke Section 139. The provincial government, through other stakeholders, have to work hard to provide ongoing support and also monitor the capacity that they deliver to the municipalities, because that is what is provided already in the Constitution. I cited Section 154. I also cited Section 88 of the Municipal Systems, the Municipal Structures Act, and also Section 105 of the Municipal Systems Act. I'm glad also Honorable Motswana augmented on the perspective that already I shared with you around this particular issue. And personally, I always say that, or maintain and argue, that when you look at the performance of a municipality, for you to arrive at a conclusion that there is poor governance, there is failure to execute constitutional and legislative measures, we should then look at the collective responsibility that has to be undertaken by the provincial COGSTA, the provincial treasury. I referred to the Premier's IGR Forum. I referred to the District IG Forum. I referred to SALGA, Northwest and SALGA National, and other key stakeholders. So this is how we need to holistically examine the performance of each municipality to say, where are these organs of state when this municipality consistently, it is said to be failing to fulfill its constitutional or legislative obligations. And a clear case study is the Mamusa situation. It was dissolved twice, and now we learn that there is an attempt to remove the sitting mayor. That tells you that this Section 139(1)(c) is not yielding any tangible, long-lasting solutions. And I also cited the case of the city of Tshwane and also the Gauteng Provincial Executive Council, which is now before the Constitutional Court. The same argument raised in the High Court judgment. to say you cannot dissolve the city of Tshwane because it failed to deliver water service in the Hammanskraal area. You can't. You have to follow through the cooperative governance or the IGR structures in terms of ensuring that the Department of Water and Sanitation come on board, the provincial departments also come on board as part of fulfilling an ongoing support to this particular metro. So we agree with Mr. Mutswana, section 139, it's a shortcut, okay? Because they don't want to deal with the core business of providing monitoring and also ensuring that there's capacity built over a period of time in these municipalities. So that is part of looking at this particular issue. And I think there was an issue raised around the interventions which have also been carried in Madibeng municipality. To say over a considerable period of time, there have been interventions. That is part of what the Constitution provides for. To say ongoing support, monitoring must be provided to these particular municipalities as part of building their capacity over time. But through invoking section 139, it is clear cut that there are no tangible results coming out of that. And also a question by Councillor Ntombi Koloti, I like the question, because regarding the deployment or appointment of the administrators, because I once argued in one SALGA platform to say empirical evidence does indicate that most of the administrators that are deployed to fix the mess, most of them, they lack experience, they've never worked in government. In the case of local government, some they don't have the required expertise, the required qualifications to turn around the situation within 6 months or within 12 months and all of that. But I said the Constitution is silent, the legislation is silent on the selection and appointment criteria that needs to be taken into account. So the criteria, this is part of the lobby work that SALGA has to engage in, lobbying for a database to be established at a provincial level that provides for a selection criteria, appointment criteria in terms of how the province go about appointing the very same administrators. So that is part of looking at a solution as part of unraveling that. And also, if municipalities or municipal councils do not want to invite section 139, you are also duty bound to ensure that there is thorough and effective implementation of your IDP, your municipal budget, your SDP. 3 things that you need to get right. Your IDP that is adopted by the municipal council, your SDP, your municipal budget. If you get that right, you'll not invite problem from another sphere of government coming to impede or to interfere in the running of your affairs, because the Constitution clearly states in chapter 7 that local government exists because the Constitution says so, not because the province says you need to exist. So you've got your own responsibilities, you've got your own authority to run your own affairs. So that is also part of looking into that. And I was saying also to someone that it is ironic that in 2021, local government will be celebrating 20 years of its existence. At this stage of our democracy, we should be consolidating systems, structures, and practices. Yet we are seeing an increasing number of interventions taking place in the local sphere of government. For me, it doesn't make sense. I would wish and I would like to see 2021 and going forward, local government standing its ground and not running with this experimentation. I cited B2B. Today we are told about district development model. The next administration is coming in 2024. We are likely to see another intervention. And the point also the councillor raised, the chairperson of SALGA, to say, where is this closeout report or where is this audit that tells you that project consolidate failed? But these were the lessons. The LG TAS, the local government turnaround strategy, which was initiated by the late Minister Sicelo. Where are the lessons drawn from that? We also had the Operation Clean Audit 2014. What are the lessons? And also, what can we also build in terms of improving on the performance of municipalities? So I'm saying it doesn't make sense that each time there is new administration, new minister, we have to experiment with new systems, new structures, and all of that. At this stage, we should be consolidating. And a question, very interesting, raised by also our colleague, does it make sense for a provincial government that is placed under Section 100 to also proceed to invoke Section 139 on municipalities in the province? It's irrational. It doesn't make sense. You are placed under Section 100. You want to proceed to go to another sphere to say, folks, we are also coming to fix the mess. So for me, the decision which was taken by the National Executive or Cabinet in 2018, it's irrational. It doesn't make sense. And also the decision which was taken by the Provincial Executive Council to also place the 14 municipalities at this stage under Section 139, I still maintain is also irrational. And why am I saying that? There are lessons that we can draw from the Limpopo case, which was also placed under Section 100 between 2011 to 2013. Till this day, provincial departments are regressing, the municipalities are regressing. So the question is, what did they learn from that intervention that took place in 2011 to 2013, when they removed Castle Matale's Provincial Executive Council and placed that provincial government under national intervention? So I'm saying there is empirical evidence that attests to this fact that some of these decisions do not make sense. Coming to a very interesting question raised by Chairperson, the Bujanala case. Unfortunately, if you're a politician, you're like Homiam Shad. So next year, your term of office is coming to an end. New municipal council is coming on board. It inherits the mess. It inherits the backlog. It has to clear the mess, unfortunately. You cannot run away from that, because that is part of your responsibility as a newly elected municipal council to adopt your own IDP, your own municipal budget, but you have this situation that you have to also drastically address. So you cannot shy away from accountability and taking responsibility of what happened prior to coming into office. Okay. Oh yes, very interesting question also raised by the program director. What is the meaning of lack of political will? In simple terms, it relates to ability to reprimand, ability to discipline, ability to suspend, ability to discipline. It could be individual responsibility. As a political office bearer, you are an executive mayor, you deal with your MM, you deal with the directors, or it could be collective, a mayoral executive committee, or it could be at the level of municipal council. But if I'm suspended as a municipal official, I subject myself to a due process internally, and I get cleared. And later, AG says there's no, or there's lack of consequences management. Also, it doesn't make sense. Because I followed the due process, there was a cloud hanging over my head, allegation of fraud or corruption. I go through a due process, I get cleared. I remain in office. So you cannot come later and blame the mayor, or blame the mayoral committee, or blame the municipal council. Because as an individual, I subjected myself to a due process, I got cleared by the process. So normally when they refer to a lack of political will, in simple terms, it relates to the basics, ability to be bold, to be decisive, to take action. And the least you can do is to reprimand. You can suspend, as I said, you can discipline, and also ultimately dismiss an official. So this is how we make judgment around the issue of political will. I'll leave the rest with Mr. Mutswana. Thanks.
No, thanks, Dr. Koma. At least you have managed to cover the rest of the issue, and I request that SALGA must, in my capacity both, because that my man, the Honorable Chair seated there, they've not given me the certificate that I've been removed from the PEC of SALGA. I'm no longer a member. So I've attended wearing all the caps. So you must also allow me, because the doctor could not do it, get into the political space so as to maybe project a particular understanding of certain issues, why we think certain things are happening. And maybe as a province, we should be able to desist from that. Because part of the research, when I received the invite, I had to look at the tradition of the 139 from the date of inception across the province, what has been the mode in another province vis-a-vis the other province. And you find that in Limpopo and Northern Cape, municipalities in those provinces are far worse off than here. But there's been limited interventions, maybe but 3 or 4 in Northern Cape, about 3 in Limpopo. It then shows you that provinces in that space have not rushed into trying to come up with quick decisions for complex situations. Problems in municipalities are far complex than what we would want to perceive. We're dealing with historical imbalances in municipalities. The trend now is that as and when you wake up being a councillor, there's about 100 people that have just established themselves as an informal settlement. To date, they are being led by business people who want a business in the form of services and housing. And in one way or the other, there's that particular influence. And you look at the municipality does not have that immediate resource. The modus operandi is to quickly close the national road and the provincial road, block the access of the transportation and mode of transport and so on, and then attract the attention of provincial government and national government. The municipality will be forced then to allocate the resources where it has not planned for. Now coming to question Mentombi, and inclusive is what we have inherited from the former TLCs. Most of your BTOs, little of them have been transformed since your time of transitional local councillors. Do we anticipate change of heart? I have a hope, Mentombi. The only difference here is that I'm unable to encroach in the space of the executive, being from the legislature. I'm counting on the fact that in his former capacity, Honorable Tswaile, as the chair of chairs, he has been raising these issues vehemently. When NCOP was in Orkney last year, we were there making all kinds of submissions, and what he was saying when he was on the podium yesterday was just to recap on what we have submitted and so on. So I anticipate that there's going to be a major change that he admits in his own capacity and in our previous positions or his previous positions that in order for you to justify intervention, you would have had to show cause of 154 in the first place. And it has to be conceptualized. And it's our intention that working with the committee, we must be able to make submissions. By the way, Honorable Chair, we are just fresh from the National Committee's meeting last week, Wednesday, led by Member Mutambi, both during the day on various municipalities. I think we were hosting Matlosana, can't recall the other municipality. And then at night we were doing from 6 in the afternoon to 11 o'clock, we were doing 139s. And we gave the national leadership a perspective of what we think 139 should be like and what are the shortcomings in terms of 139. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a change of heart, but of course there's going to be officials that is going to advise the MEC. And I think that most of the MECs have not been properly advised, especially the recent interventions, the now interventions. Yeah, well, you see, you are like Honorable Ntombi. When the MEC is coming in now, I can cite him that no, there's going to be a change of heart. Honorable Swile is going to adhere to the committee submissions made from the 12th of July, 2019 to date, before a week back when he was appointed. And already in various platforms, media platforms, even including yesterday in this particular platform, he has indicated that his intention is to go the route of 154. And unfortunately, being friends and comrades at a level outside the work of government, he is now going to account to me. I'm constantly and consistently going to remind him that, remember, in your notes, he had a book, I had to borrow him the other one. He likes writing many notes, and so I'm going to say, check all of your notes. This is how we used to say this thing must happen. So as a committee chair, I don't expect anything less. I've not feared whether there's Nkosazana Zuma, Minister Nkosazana Zuma in the meeting or so. We have always been consistent and maintain our stance. We have been failed by you as councillors. Because even when we were pointing out the constitutional imperatives, the acts and legislation, in the presence of the MEC, councillors would stand up in a visual meeting and say, no, we agree to the intervention. Notwithstanding that the MEC is not attempting to say no, but what we don't, he says we agree with you, but this. And councillors would agree. And Mefetsang right. We can howl whatsoever and so on and so on. You see, you cannot run local government and you don't want to adhere. That's why MEC Maile lost the case of Gauteng. That's why in the province here, a local government lost the case of Kagisan, Honorable Johnson, on the section 100. It's a simple, Panado or so. You can't, when you are prescribed to be a patient, to be admitted in a hospital, you now say in the hospital, you are a patient admitted to the next bed, and you say to your neighbor who's a patient also, may I assist you? This is what happened. And the judge in the Kagisano matter pointed out to government, to provincial government, that, hey, remember you've been diagnosed to be admitted. Now, how can you prescribe medication to someone when you too are admitted? We can't go there. Huh? Can't beat around the bush. So, Honorable Ntombi, the reason there was an introduction of what we call cooperative governance in terms of Chapter 3 of the Constitution of the Republic is that we called local government, and so on and so on. After the introduction of many intergovernmental related frameworks, it then led to local government now being turned after amendments. All the amendments that have been done in the Constitution to then say, we need to call it cooperative governance. It is not called cooperative governance for the local spheres, which is the mindset, Doctor, of provincial government and national government. It is called cooperative governance because necessarily, Honorable Swahili is correct in his previous stint as a chair of chairs to then say, we can't continue calling IDP when governments, departments are not coming to participate. And it's happening. We must call it municipal integrated development plans. For us to go to then call it IDP, then department must learn that they cannot implement any project, no matter how much the community are aggrieved and are vociferous about it and so on and so on. Once you have not participated in that particular program, it is, you are not planning cooperatively. As sphere where there's cooperative governance, meaning that for any department to then do something, they must plan in conjunction with local government. It is not happening. You invite them timelessly to IDPs and so on, they are not coming. The next thing, a mere ward councillor would be informed by community members flocking to the hall that there is a site handing over for a building of a clinic of some sort, without him knowing, whilst he's sitting in council. To the extent that even our officials would undermine councillors to the extent of engaging provincial and national government without saying to them, whilst we hear you, we request that you must afford a space of at least about 14 days to 21 days for this matter to serve before council. Now you'll be told that there was money, there was a need, and so on and so on. We call it fiscal dumping. You have not planned, and so on and so on. Now it's towards the end of the year, financial year. You want to look as government as if you are working. Now you scratch around and see, oh, Kole Tlhabile, there was a need of a clinic. Now you rush to Tlhabile and plant a clinic there, without the municipality knowing, and so on and so on. There's many problems. We were saying last week when we were in RSM, and even in Rustenburg recently when we were on the intervention, that it is not the competency of Department of Education to provide water to the schools. It is not. You must contest that space. It is not their competency. The only people who are competent to do that is local government. Now it then says, if we allocate money to the Department of Education to plant the Jojo tanks in schools and so on, and they are saying they are responding to COVID, it is not true. Then they say to us, the committee, we have planted tanks and so on and so on. There's expenditure and so on and so on. The municipality is not giving us water. The municipality is not giving us water, Jang, because you have not gone to the municipality so that the MMC for infrastructure must get involved. The technical director must get involved and say to the area, oh, is there enough supply of water also? Where are we going to get the supply? There has to be that cooperativeness and so on and so on. Then you leverage the pressure that is in government. Douglas, I think I've already overlapped to your questions. Some of the failures by various departments. Until such time, Honorable Chair of SALGA, from national, and it exists this thing from national, until at the provincial level. Aaron Motswana goes from Ward 1, Musa, and to be employed in an office yaga Minister Nkosazana Zuma as something else. Aaron Motswana expect Musa, people in Mamusa must start running away. Forgetting that is from Ward 1. For Christmas and weekend. Ward 1. Ward 1. But because of now we think for something else, he turns into something else once I go national. Then the mentality is that we must fear each other. Then we bring it to this level where people don't engage local government because of they think that there's a big brother mentality that has to be exist. But local government services. Which services are of government? You are not even supposed to beg for those particular services. Yes, it's true that one of the shortcomings is lack of action from the police. We have resolved before the MEC was appointed that we are going to summon the hawks. We have opened almost more than 20, 30 cases since we arrived at the legislature from last year. Part of it is that we want to change laws co-legislature. And those that are our friends, Lebatwarna co-legislature, understanding in that context, want to change laws co-legislature to afford the legislature, Honorable Mutswana here. If the matter, it's Wanaliako Madibeng, that there's a forensic report card 2010. It has not been acted on. Since 2010, it could resolve that forensic report 2010. There's a case that has been opened way back. I must compel the MEC local government or Coxstar that to enforce that. We must just take the forensic. We don't need to do another forensic. You must then go to court and say Kekopa enforcement through the state law advocate. Just enforce that part. And many other Yako Moses Kotani, Yakokai, in all municipalities, the prof, all municipalities, there's forensic. And so on. And you open the case with the Hawks don't want to act. And then 6 months down the line, the person that you were talking to, Ochenchilwe, we stay to another province, there's a new person, Okobatla information bocha. Okobatla information bocha. So it's true that MRP says part of what could be the solution is to invite the police sometimes to come and present SALGA and say cases must not be acted upon. Now, the last engagement, Honorable Mutibi, when we were with NCOP, Komadibeng, and I want to, the reason why I had a rider to say I'll speak and venture into certain political aspect is that the administrator didn't like my submission and that of Honorable Swahili. Unfortunately, he responded while we had already gone. One, when there was an intervention during our term, July last year to December, the then MEC did not finish us with a closeout report, but went to request the extension. Now we said we are against the extension because we did not see a closeout report. And now there's a third extension, which in your report when 2 weeks or 3 weeks back when we were with the NCOP, there's a recommendation for the fourth extension. To date, we have not seen a closeout report. Now, people by Sevako government, and I like the qualifications and the knowledge that the Honorable Soile possess. I'm sure that he's going to utilize it adequately because he also studied law. Executive does not have powers to assume certain decisions at the level where and implement those particular decisions without them being approved by the committee. So the intervention and the terms of reference and so on and so on must have been tabled before the committee. If you want an extension, you can extend because you are using the money appropriated by Ntate Mutswana ntse ke Yakobo Jericho ke Yakobo Lekwataiman. So the committee finance is the one that is appropriating money alone. So when we refuse something and say we want proof, we are not representing ourselves. We are representing what is embedded in the Constitution, section 114 and 115. It says we must do oversight over allocations of finances. We are not representing our views for political. So in the absence of a closeout report, we can't approve. Now, where is the closeout report? the terms of reference of these administrators, the current ones from July last year to now, says the closeout report must go to the MEC. Now, who's ill? Is it council or the MEC? Council is the one who intervened. Now, why do you prescribe medicine to the MEC? Because you must prescribe in your closeout report a medicine for council. It must serve before council, so that council must then internalize it and say, now councils, the interventions are the 139. They don't have a clue what the problem making because the closeout report, according to what is prescribed in the intervention, they are MEC. I'm hoping Honorable Tswaile is going to change that immediately because that's one of the things that we have agreed upon. There must be a review. Quickly, Justine, there's no need for us to conceptualize how intervention should be made. It is already there in MFMA section 137 up until 143. Whether you go forward about it and so on and so on, it is already there. The actual way to start for 154 is to prescribe 137 of the MFMA, which will then impose a financial recovery plan. The financial recovery plan will then be conducted together with the BTO municipality, and it will be a research document of the areas of the municipality where they do the balega mounting capacity and all of that. And when the MEC prescribe now an intervention, that intervention would not necessarily, in terms of 137, say the administrator must go there. The MEC can then constitute a team of people who has capacity, and from time to time, for instance, in a district of RSM, that particular team can work in Mamusa for a week, go to Kwatamani for a week, and so on and so on. They need not necessarily go there and be seated to the local municipality. We have seen an area where there's an encroachment at the administrators in an area where they are not supposed to be. There's no way that an elected powers of an elected person who is a councillor can be usurped by a person who is said to be an administrator, not the municipal manager also. It's the highest contravention of the constitution and the laws of the country and the electoral act. Now to then say in the part 3 of your terms of reference that administrators must then, the mayor must get the advice from the administrator must be the one who determines when council should be called and so on. It's not on. It's not on. Just law, purely. I must venture into this thing of the AG. That the AG says Kodi Maspaling, and we're still going to meet, whether my friend is now the MEC or not, we're still going to meet in a platform. Because you can't use when now the AG, the consultant, and say to municipalities must not use consultant. I don't agree with the consultant, but the AG also is using consultants. The AG uses people Baba Drang, LED intensive from the university, pure from Bazwamudi Atlentsaka doctor. They are being employed by this firm, such as the auditors, and so on and so on. They don't have experience of what constitutes what we call council. They don't. So in one other area, and I'm saying it deliberately just to give that that's why the pointers already clear where to go, and so on and so on. We have not been able to enforce consequence management adequately. And we need to have a change in legislation also in this, because it says council can only hold the municipal manager accountable. All managers reporting to the municipal manager and the rest of them who are cutlass is a competency of a municipal manager, and it takes the space from councillors. And then from there on, the AG, without submitting his findings and his management report to the council or to the mayor at least or to the executive, says there's lack of political will. The program director Botsang Khori, can't taking this thing a political will. There can only be a political will if we can agree, or council must also be afforded an opportunity to engage with the report before it gets to be published and so on and so on. So as to cancel immediately, not after 3 years, 4 years, be able then to then say, why did you not submit information? Where I come from as a councillor in my previous stint was that officials could not even submit Hamas like kokai. We had 3 sites the graves. Marbara auditor general bara ha ba itsepe ka di graveyard ko di agilweng ko teng. Now I took photos of those things and went to Potchefstroom to engage the AG and say these things it's on kids. So you can see that if there's political people who do things naturally, it's the institution down, a pulling down syndrome. For instance, I would not agree, and Major Stinu is a solution. We're on record saying the 134 million transferring the so-called Irenas to Bujanala. Tell us, why Madiato actually national treasury 134 million is a gazette. We want to start it from there. We want the person who released national government, we want the person who received more provincial government here, we want the person then who appropriated and released to Bojanala. Now, Bojanala start with a B, Rustenburg start with a R. And we are told, no, it was erroneously transferred. Now, the 2 MECs, local government and treasury, they want to be quick on the Bojanala matter and this and this. You say, no, I understand. Rabona or Khatimadia Patesi taxi and so on, so on. Madi was supposed to have been gazetted before Atlohela Treasury or national. Ko gareti tomboweni. Ki mango presitseng gore madi a tle province. Then we're dealing with consequence management. Just start it from there. Until such time, this thing will never be pleased. And you are going to be told and so on and so on. Rebata why you to Nalemo meeting? Kana kwena mama ma dineo. Unalemo meeting last year already. Someone Kulomoki Mushika. Yeah, Kimushika, how about Libana? Now here is the concern. Who discuss you 134, instead of saying it was supposed to have been gazetted, what had happened, province, why province transfer relay, was not gazette and all of that. You become immediately divided and start now to say this one must go out, that one must come in. That's the problem. Instead of dealing at the ball, you play the man. Now Ronari Tatako the man after playing the ball. That's what you need to do. Yabo fellow, Recalvenic the prescripts of IGR and all of that. In order for you to second 139 to the municipality, that it's why must engage, must call Major Stin Mutibi, Koma Fiking, or else any atle Koma Spalling. They must sit together as 2 political heads and discuss the rationale of why there has to be intervention. What is contained in his report, I feel the official. She must then, that's why afford Major Stin to respond. And throughout that 2 weeks period before the official can be seconded, the IGR has to be utilized to the point of engaging council, even before a human body. That's what is prescribed in terms of the IGR framework. That's supposed to govern us. You can't just come there and say, "Ke tlisitse motho," and so on and so on, and then you are prepared to go to court. Who's this person? If a person says, "Ke nna Ntate Maimane," who's this Aaron Motswana? And you start now levying allegations against Tate Motswana, the MC rush to court. Why? The IGR framework dictates that Ntate Tswaile as a political head, even if Akatla Kaina ba mo emisa ko ranking, but for an hour, take the mayor into confidence. But they can never be that Motswana as the administrator report elsewhere. Motswana report to the executive to council through the processes that are legislated in terms of the standing orders of council. And the rules as they are enlisted more municipal system sect. I thought that I must just deal with that particular issue. Government, provincial government, national government, they are not coming the issues are LED in a municipality. Municipality can't leverage the issues are LED. It cannot. Municipality's role is just to create a platform for business who can participate and to partake and so on and so on. Municipality does not have the means necessary to leverage on LED. It's a small component of things, but your minerals and everything, where the montage, this and that, economic development making a musenuhi. Yeah, Chair Capanado, we really, I've touched on it that though some of you wanted to remain politically correct, and I must say it, some of us submit to this 139 because we wanted to remain politically correct. And I'm repeating, I'm not afraid. Section 100 is wrong. Section 100 is wrong. Section 139 is wrong in its form. That's why we have written 43 questions to the Honorable Nkosazana Zuma to then say, but answer us. These police people, Babagat and the administrators say, Bagatu Agadi Veneta Mapodisi, Bahirelo accommodation, Banalidi assistente, Papatala DSNT, huge amounts of money. That money could have been channeled into service delivery. Now we're happy just to receive them because we want to remain politically correct. The problems of Madibeng remains and continues to be about the smart city development between Hartebies and Santen. It's not about the 139. It's beyond that. It's because Americans who owns the mines are residing in Hartebies and conducting business in Santen. And they have to control the means of who comes in and who goes out in Madibeng. Just a snapshot. Platform. Yadilas. The loan, PIC, council, if it has to go to court, it has to be. The mayor has to organize a meeting with the Honorable Tswaile and deal with that particular loan. It must then be a matter PIC and those that were at the helm at that particular time. There's many things that had happened on the eve, the TLCs, your DBSA, if you go to KK, at that time, maybe to Southern District Council and the then Bupirima, and so on and so on, such loans. Unfortunately, my time is up. I had to try to cover the space, but the rest I will submit in writing other things. Please, Murati.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again for Honorable Motswana and Dr. Koma. Ralilebo Khabagaetsu for the responses. And of course, without waste of time, colleagues, those of you who didn't return the keys, please make sure that silently so you return the key. Most of you didn't return the keys and the reception is waiting for the keys. And I will not waste time. You are excused, panel. We'll just take for 10 minutes before we break for lunch. Ntate Zwi Ndlala Is he ready, Ramoraka? Rendlala, are you ready?
I think I'm ready, Program Director.
Yeah, Rendlala will be presenting on the danger allowance, Chair. So we will listen to Ntate Ndlala for 10 minutes, and after that we will break for lunch. And let me also acknowledge the presence of the MEC Chwaile. He is here with us, and once more congratulate the MEC for the appointment. Over to you, Re Ndlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Program Director. Let me also take this opportunity to greet the honorable councillors in this meeting, as well as the entire leadership of SALGA in the province. I'm going to quickly go through the presentation dealing with danger allowance. Program Director, this is a matter that our NEC has already taken a decision on, and that decision was communicated in terms of how municipalities should handle the matter. By way of a background, Chairperson, this matter, of course, emanated from the declaration of the state of disaster by our President of the Republic, which led to the issuing of lockdown regulations by the COGTA minister, who categorized certain services as essential. However, what is important from that, from those regulations of the COGTA minister, everybody should understand that those positions that were categorized as essential, some of them were categorized in line with Disaster Management Act and not necessarily in line with the Labor Relations Act, Section 71, which entails the designations that are done by the Essential Services Committee. So with regard to those workers that had to work during that lockdown, that even sacrificed their own lives to ensure that the services are provided to communities, SALGA has already in good faith undertaken that it will handle this matter. It will engage national leadership of the two unions at the level of the National Bargaining Council with a view to negotiating a once-off ex gratia payment. That process is still in the pipeline. It has not been actioned yet, but discussions have actually taken place around it, as I will indicate below. We have noted as SALGA the manifestation of demands for payment of danger allowance for essential services employees. In our authorities, Chairperson, authorities, I mean main collective agreement we have in the sector, the legislation, or any prescripts that we have in the sector, we don't have anything authorizing the payment of danger allowance in the sector. Even the levels of bargaining in terms of the main collective agreement has not accorded that matter for deliberation at any of the divisions of the bargaining council. So SALGA then adopted a stance that this matter cannot be delegated to the divisions of the bargaining council, and EXCO at national level actually has to deal with the issue of the ex gratia payment, which is that allowance that I spoke about earlier. Now, we need to draw, therefore, that distinction between the compensatory framework and the allowance that can be made payable to the employees that qualify for it. The compensatory framework is a framework that is appreciating the level of commitment of those workers that were categorized essential through the regulations by the COGTA minister. So that is the once-off a payment, as we understand it, which would be negotiable at the level of the Central Bargaining Council. Meanwhile, and that commitment was issued in terms of Circular 5 of 2020 by the Bargaining Council. And at the same time, we've got the danger allowance that we said municipalities will have the discretion to determine whether this allowance can be made payable from that municipality with regard to guidance that was given to them, which I will also deal with below. Okay, so what SALGA did in terms of guiding municipalities what to do is to say they must conduct their own individual assessments to determine those jobs that would qualify for danger allowance. And in doing so, municipalities would be taking the cue from the health and safety guidelines that were issued by Department of Employment and Labor to categorize jobs for that kind of a classification. Municipalities, therefore, would deal with this matter as a policy issue, which would be approved by a municipal council. Municipal councils would be guided by that assessment report to say, this is how this particular job is packaged, this is the risk exposure this job has with regard to the dangers that are being that are accompanied by the COVID-19 pandemic that we're dealing with. And also look at the availability of the budget to actually make that a call to pay danger allowance. Taking into consideration, Chairperson, that there is no obligation whatsoever for any municipality to pay danger allowance. I referred you to relevant authorities that are silent on the issue of danger allowance, so we don't have any claim that might be deemed illegitimate by anybody against the municipality. So SALGA further shared the correspondence from the Department of Public Service and Administration, which would guide municipalities in determining the quantum for the payment of danger allowance once a municipality has taken that particular decision. We further mapped out a process that each municipality would follow, which would include consulting trade unions once a policy has been approved. Remember, Chairperson, we've got structural arrangements in all municipalities where we've got LLF that serves as a structure with which a municipality consults regarding policy matters. So this is a matter that is presented to LLF by the municipality for consultation, not for negotiation. This is not a matter for negotiation. Municipality takes a decision having looked at all the relevant concomitant factors, including budgets, including the way jobs that have been deemed to qualify are actually packaged, and then they take that decision and then they communicate or consult with the unions that this is the due diligence that we conducted regarding this particular matter, and this is the decision that has been made by the municipality. Bearing in mind, no municipality is under any obligation to pay this danger allowance. This is a matter, of course, that could not be generalized, Chairperson, because jobs in various municipalities are configured differently. from one municipality to the next. So you wouldn't say that let's have a general communication to indicate that this is what municipalities should do in terms of paying danger allowance, because some of the jobs don't qualify. In fact, very few, if any, jobs in municipalities would qualify for danger allowance, and that is dependent on the religious adherence to the instruments that we're saying they must guide the assessment that municipalities should do. And those assessment and those interactions, Chairperson, took place with even the technical team in municipalities. Directors for corporate services were engaged on this particular matter in terms of what they need to do in order to make propositions to the leadership within the municipality in terms of what needs to be done regarding this particular subject. And then the NEC took into account all these factors when it took the decision in terms of what must be communicated to municipalities on this particular matter when developing that policy, should that municipality deem appropriate to do so. So as we speak now, Chairperson, this is a matter that I would say we are seized with at the Central Bargaining Council, but SALGA has informed, in fact, has adopted a stance whereby we indicated that only after lockdown will SALGA consult municipalities for a mandate on the negotiation of the compensatory framework for employees that remained on duty during the various levels, alert levels of lockdown. This is a compensatory framework that might be presented in either monetary or non-monetary terms. So this is a matter that will still be negotiated at that level. We will be taking instructions from municipalities on what to do regarding that particular compensatory framework. Municipalities need to finalize their assessments in terms of determining which jobs would qualify for danger allowance. Of course, taking a cue from those health and safety guidelines that were issued by the National Department of Labor and Employment. Such a danger allowance shall be regulated as per policy as approved by the municipal council. That is the position, Chairperson, with regard to danger allowance. Thank you very much. I will take questions.
Colleagues, I believe thank you, Rendlala. I believe the presentation was straightforward. And if there are questions, please let's try to give out the questions. The presentation, let's submit the questions and the inputs that we want to submit. At the same time, the presentation is loud and clear to say, much as we agree that we have to give out the compensatory danger allowance if the municipality deem it's fit. And that will only happen after the lockdown. The SALGA will get mandates from municipalities, and we are also given a task now as municipalities to go and look at that and pronounce ourselves, of course, on those on the danger allowance. Chair, I believe now you won't get any call from anyone. Municipalities are represented here, so they must start formulating reports that goes to council, and there must be discussion around that. Each municipality has to say what do they think about their employees. and which category do they think have to benefit or must benefit out of the danger allowance. Colleagues, like I requested before, you still have the keys. A ke itse ke mme or ke rre Mdaweni, Manini, Kutlwano, Kwabeni, Ramotshiri, Zikalala, Ramotshiri, Roma, Mbombota, Ramotshiri Municipality Pilane, Tsebotsanyane, JB Max, Siema, Motsabi, Ramotshiri, Johnson, Nyeleti, the Nyeleti travel tse pedi. Please, colleagues, go batluwa di key, tla re bueng ka Setswana. Please go and submit those keys. I requested you that quietly go and submit the keys. So we can't just call you like this. It's not nice. So let me officially close the session and allow everyone to go and have lunch. And me Lerato. Melerato, they are hungry. Some of us are sick. And we didn't, colleagues, we didn't even have, we didn't even have a tea break. No, colleagues, let's not do that. It was wrong of us, of course, to howl when somebody is talking. It is not professional. To tell the honest truth, it's not professional. She has raised her hand, and we don't have to do that. To everyone in this house, we don't have to do that. You have 40 minutes, colleagues, 40 minutes to go and have lunch, and we are all back here. We only have 4 items. If we respect time, before 17 hours, we will be out of here.
Yes.
Yes. I am a vegetarian. I do everything. How I eat. Oh, it's you. And even acknowledge this. This okay, I may know the people are giving credit for this. So I'm saying that you are. Oh. Oh. Or it probably should not be like. Thank you.
And yesterday, remember, everything will be noted. Yes. Remember yesterday, I was thinking about the event. I'm just going to speak on. You know, I see that. My go-to places. It's just that I have my go-to places. Are they of my heart, when I find that speech? I'm not going to yeah, you know, only one, and I know what they can see you. Eh? Never. Never. Can I pay? I can't see them on. I get my name. I see the picture. No,
And I would want to say that you did well, Chair. You did a wonderful job to hold this ship together, even when there were those who had lost confidence. But you've kept us well. I also want to applaud members of the working groups who have ensured that SALGA remained relevant. Your research capacity, your availability to serve in our committees. Also want to applaud members. I want to say to all of you of the working groups, a deputy chair because who have ensured that SALGA remained relevant. Yourselves, your research capacity, more credible than myself. Your availability to serve in our committees. your respect to me. Also want to applaud members. I want to say to all of you of the working groups, deputy chair, because who have ensured that SALGA remains relevant. But above all, I want your research capacity, more credible than myself. Your availability to serve in our committees. Your respect to me. Also want to applaud members. I want to say to all of you of the working groups, deputy chair, because who have ensured that SALGA remains relevant. But above all, I want your research capacity, your availability to serve in our committees. Your respect to me. Also want to applaud members. I want to say to all of you of the working groups, deputy chair, because who have ensured that SALGA remains relevant. But above all, I want your research capacity, your availability to serve in our committees. Some also want to applaud members all of the working groups who have ensured that SALGA remains relevant. Your research capacity, your availability to serve, and you deserve our committees. Also want to applaud members. Now, in conclusion to my grateful wishes, I would want to say to all the political leadership of municipalities, under the difficult challenges that you face, you guys ensured that SALGA remains available. You paid your levies, even when municipalities did not have money. You continued to support the activities of SALGA. We are here because we are operating as members in good standing. Not because we loved it, but because of your commitment. And I'm hoping that those who will come after us, those who will come as the new PEC in the next coming elections, must be given a baton, must be given a SALGA that is united, a SALGA that is focused, a SALGA that is service delivery driven. And I want to say thank you guys. Some amongst yourselves are elder to me, but you gave me respect and you taught me to be a leader. Not because I'm better than you, but because you were nurturing me as a young man to become a better somebody. And I'm very much grateful of all your support and your help. I'm a better man today. Thank you. Yeah, honorable members, let's come back now. We were supposed to get a presentation by the MEC. I've been given an indication that the MEC has left. Now, we will then move straightly on the program. We're going to take a message of commemoration. Today, honorable members, we all know that it's a World AIDS Day. I'm not sure gore go rulagantšwe mang, mme o rulagantšweng ke tshepa le gone go tla go re fa molaetsa wa gore goreng gompieno re tshwanna ke go tlotla le go tlotlomatsa letsatsi le. And I would want to say to you, honorable members in this house, yesterday and today, up to 2 o'clock today, you can go and verify the news. The South African government is applauded with the best policies to address the spread of HIV and AIDS in our country. South Africa is regarded as the best country that represents a best model that can be followed. The news, everybody's saying the programs that were introduced during the last 9 years have actually helped South Africa to be where it is today. And people who are saying that are your researchers, your professors, and the media. They are reporting today. Now, because today, re tlo- a nna ke tlo go nna sebui segolo, ke wena rra e tshwere ga molaetsa. Re ke mang? Re? Oh, Re Pinampi ke mmatlile makgetlonyana. Mme le maabane o na le teng tota. Ha ke itse gore how did we miss that? Bagaetsho, can we give a round of applause for Ntate Pinampi?
Program Director, Eric Chunuye, ke recognize leadership ya SALGA, Motlaseha Ketelipele ya Marona, who also happens to be the district mayor mo Bojanala, and also being the chairperson at District Days Council. Ke Chunuye ke leboge batho botlhe ba ba leng teng mo, ebile ke re protocol observed. Ke tšhono ke leboge leadership ya SALGA once again, including the administration team and organize this well event. I'm going to be very short. Bagolo ba ka leina la ka ke nna Rre Pinampi Mano ga site go site a loso. Ke tlhaga ke le ko South African National AIDS Council mo province ke Provincial Council on AIDS. I've been tasked to come and share. Next slide. I've been tasked to come and share the collective. And then basically my presentation, which will be made available in all these kind of legislative frameworks. First and foremost, the South African Constitution, the National Health Amendment Bill, National Health Insurance Bill, Municipal Systems Amendment Bill, the National Strategic Plan on HIV, AIDS, TB, and STIs 2017 to 2022, National Development Plan 2030 Vision, the SDGs, goal number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, goal number 8, 9, 10, and goal number 16 and 17. The United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, African Union Agenda 2063. Also the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Prevention of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Amendment Bill, Fundraising Amendment Bill, Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, Independent Electricity Management Operator Bill, Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, Municipal Finance Management Act, and lastly, the United Nations High-Level Meeting on TB. So basically, it's only the guideline, the kind of presentation. But a little bit of background around the AIDS Council. AIDS Councils were established in the year 2002, and it was through the resolution in cabinet. And then our Provincial AIDS Council was also established during those times, but by 2014, it was de-established as well by the resolution exco in the province. And that created a gap, that created a space. And then there was government introduced what we call is RHR, which basically did not achieve the intended objectives. And last year, November, in Klexdorp, we re-established the Provincial Council on AIDS. And basically, the idea around the AIDS Council, it's a government advisory body regarding issue of HIV and AIDS and TB. And then the AIDS Council in 3 arms. The first arm is government, the second arm is civil society, the third arm is business or private sector. And in terms of the composition, I think I'm from the civil society, so I'll be talking more on the role of civil society regarding everything else. Please don't, I will not be kitsamaka so say but I'll quickly just summarize everything around here. Now, Civil Society Forum Kaboyone was established in 2012 to also advise SANEC regarding issues of HIV and implementation of these strategies around that. And then the composition of civil society also talks on 18 sectors. And some of the sectors includes women, men, people living with HIV and AIDS, children's sector, LGBTI, youth, traditional leaders, labor sector, and so forth. Today, particularly South Africa, we celebrate World AIDS Day, kapa re commemorate World AIDS Day, go leka go fana ka hope to those who are either affected or infected, because with regards to the HIV and AIDS, there's no neutralism. It's either you are affected or infected. And the theme here today, we are in this together, Cheka Impilo. It's a localized theme. Yeah, this World AIDS Day. The premier by Chero Gompieno ko Mahikeng, although in the morning the premier was in the legislature, but there's issues that thing. Now, our key ask really civil society coming to this platform is that we understand that in terms of composition of the AIDS councils, on a national level, the deputy president is the chairperson, and the civil society, national civil society chairperson ke co-chair le deputy president. On the provincial level, our premier is the chairperson of the council, and then the provincial chairperson, civil society, who happens to be me at this stage, ke co-chair. On the district level, the district mayor ke chairperson with the co-chairperson and civil society on district level. Local level, the same approach applies. And since the re-establishment process, the AIDS Council, the challenge in the COVID, mama. And you would remember the 1st of May, we were here in Rustenburg, where we were launching the community constituency strategy to address the pandemic. And since then, nearly 7 months lockdown, if you calculate correctly when we were in the lockdown now, the AIDS councils had so create proper ownership from the mayors. And we've started process here for what we want to do now. We are here today to come and lobby the leadership and everybody else to say, I think it's very important to the mayors should really look at the issue of ownership at the councils. And at this stage, in terms of the AIDS councils, we are going to, next year, we are going to be doing what we call staffing and recruitment administrative personnel within the East Council. And we also encourage members, the leadership today to say, please talk to your communities, talk to young people, talk to experienced people to apply, to be part of the East Council, because the HIV and AIDS pandemic is everybody's business. Now we are here today, because one of the NSP, one of the goals of NSP, goal number 3, leave no one behind, because in the 8 goals, the other goal is leave no one behind. Now, our key ask today, the leadership, support for the implementation of the community constituency strategy. So currently now, through process budgeting and cost management to ensure that strategy serve our people. To recuper support again from SALGA and the leadership element to say the strengthening of East Council at district to local level through active participation at the mayors and relevant MMC, including the ward councillors. We are saying the resourcing and strengthening of civil society forum at district or local level. And also we request issue on the transformation agenda. There is a challenge and I think Remabani, the program director, you said something very important about challenge. Currently now, we are using Zoom, Skype, and all these other things, but we already own it. Now the same situation is happening when it comes to funding, community-based NGOs. And this is where also we want to see the mayors, as the chairpersons of East Council, spearheading this process. Say, for example, Bojanala is one of the high burden districts in our country in terms of HIV/AIDS. And then you find so many developmental partners are coming, Marona, they come into the district. We acknowledge they are here to create work, which is good, but there is no ownership in terms of what they are doing. They are here to collect our intel, then our intel goes to the outside countries. Secondly, there is no investment. So we are saying part of transformation agenda, what we call is a sustainability framework in the community. But that can only happen once the leadership, the council on various levels. But this issue of the transformation agenda now allows us there must be proper ownership, because our Black-owned NPOs in the community, they are not getting proper funding. They are not properly resourced. So that's what we are here to request. And also we are saying the greater involvement, the leadership in terms of these processes. The other thing I wanted to also raise and bring to the attention was also, I've noted in some of the presentation, there was issue, which in terms of the operations management framework, issue, skills transfer is there, but issue, mentorship is quite a big challenge in terms of the local governance, because you get the chairperson with your experience, Mama, for so many years, being a mayor and so many levels. One of the weaknesses that the local governance is that now, when it's time for you to go, there is no sustainability framework. Whatever you have been doing, it means once you are out, you are out. So it's one of the challenges that let's to say, and then the next person who will similar from scratch. So that we need it. I know some people will say, no, this needs to be discussed at political level, but I think as well in terms of administration level, we also need to look at that, because really our country has to develop sustainable models in terms of this. So relay civil society, relay AIDS council, this is our key asset to say if our mayors can be able to participate in this process, because now we will also be doing what you call district and local inductions, where we want the mayors to come and understand the SANAC procedural guidelines, where we want the mayors and relevant officials to understand the procedural guidelines in terms of their role for the council. So in conclusion, let me just take one of the founding fathers by African Union, who said, Africa's resurgence dependent upon its people and shackling internalized subjugation. He's the former president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. So for us to be able to achieve so many things in our country, we need to work on the mind of our people. We need to invest in developing the mind of our people at that level. So, and we are saying relay AIDS council, no new, we are saying 0 new HIV and TB infections. We are saying 0 new infections due to vertical transmission. But I think also the mistake we did as a country was that during the pandemic year, COVID-19, everybody else left everything and we ran and tried to address this new baby who came by surprise. Then we forgot there's also TB, there's also HIV. So moving forward from here, renale the triple twins, COVID-19, renale TB, renale and HIV. And in terms of the TB, I think also I need to say, in terms of the TB, we are in the process as a province to establish what we call is the TB caucus on a provincial level. And at this stage, the legislature, I wanted to check or I was also create form ya TB in terms of the TB caucus, because we've submitted and we want already MPLs, they must champion this process, TB caucus on that level. And then on the district level, chairperson, mayor, we also want to see your people on that level championing TB, and on the local level. So what we are going to do, we are going to appoint 19 TB champions from 19 local municipalities on a district level and provincial level, because one of the challenges was that TB ambassadors previously in South Africa, who usually the celebrities. And sometimes celebrities are not available for our community. Now, for this process, what we are going to do, we want, through the leadership here, the East Councils and involvement at the mayors, we want to get ordinary community members who are survivors of TB to become the champions here, TB task team. So these are the processes that will be unfolding next year.
Ke a leboga Ntate Mpedi, di a roropa. At this moment, honorable members, ke nako ya gore yaanong ke biletse kwano modulasetulo wa komiti ya rona Mme Fetsang go tla go re fa the chairperson's overview, mme morago ga gagwe re tla be re tsaya organizational report ka Ntate Moraka. Modulasetulo. Huh? Oh, peiti. Oh, peita kapera.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Deputy Chair, the PC Collective, Executive Mayors, Speakers, Chief Whips, Councillors, Municipal Official, Administration yako SALGA led by Ntate Muraka. And lebani ba re honorary in absentia. The Office of the Speaker, the Office of the MEC, the Acting Premier, Ntate Tswaile, Makhalisi, and all of them. Let me acknowledge them in absentia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, which is a United Nations campaign which takes place annually from the 25th of November. And the very same day, 25th of November, Leona, it's an International Day of No Violence Against Women. It starts from the 25th of November to the 10th of December. The 10th of December is an International Human Rights Day. And other commemorative days during this period includes the World AIDS Day, which is today. And on the 3rd of December is an International Days for Persons with Disability every year. According to the United Nations, but we are supposed to be wearing the white ribbons. Just to simplify that, we participate in the campaign. And according to the World AIDS Day, we are supposed to be aiding with the red one to symbolize the World AIDS Day. Now, what I've just said, what does it mean to you? As leadership in the municipality, from administration and from the political wing, it simply means that you are supposed to be custodian of these campaigns. You are supposed to be leading. You are supposed to be the frontliners in championing this campaign. Just to conceptualize, believing that some of us own offices with an added responsibility like the offices of the speakers, we must say to ourselves that we must not say 16 days is sufficient, especially in this era for this campaign. We should be taking it 365 days. And what does that mean? Because we are public representatives. I indicated to the Women Commission when they were here to say, we are given power by our people by electing us. We should be influencing in our offices. We should be having programs, influencing those programs in the offices of the speaker, whereby in championing this campaign, we should be having participation, public participation. Kinekiraba Women Commission is not going to assist us and the world to always keep on talking only to the women, but the offices of the speaker, influenced of course by the Troika and administration, should be having programs of meeting the young men, meeting men, and you can be innovative. The speaker before me just indicated, which is a must anyway. They have resuscitated, if I have to put it that way, the Provincial AIDS Council. And he indicated at the level of the district, and he also went further to the locals. And you are supposed to be ensuring that those local councils are there in the district councils. And you are supposed to be leading, assisting our people in days like this, and even in the 365 days. I further indicated days of person with disability. It's also our responsibility to ensure that we recognize them, not just by making an event, persons with disability event, but by also ensuring that in each and every spaces, we accommodate them in terms of employing them, because they are also human beings. That I think I should indicate, because it is not going to assist us to every time talk about the 16 days, the World AIDS Day, the Person's Disability Day, and then we expect someone somewhere to make it happen. It is us in this era to make it happen, because our people have given us responsibility, our people has given us power, our people, through their vote, by accessible or funding inaccessible to us. Legislation. Program director, given the scourge of gender-based violence in the country, which is declared a national address, government is implementing the emergency response action plan on gender-based violence and femicide, which was announced by President Cyril Ramaphosa in September 2019. It is declared a national address. Now I'm declaring it as another pandemic. The 16 days campaign forms the center point of government's comprehensive 365 days, like I indicated, of activism of no violence against women and children. During the 16th period, government together with civil society, and by government, I'm referring to yourself. When I'm saying government, I'm saying yourself. Together with civil society and the private sector, we'll host a series of community and sector dialogues and activities to foster a collaborative effort in dealing with GBVF. And in those dialogues, I'm requesting you to include the young men and the men, and also the disabled, because their theme or their motto is nothing about us without us, the disabled. Here in the province, we have witnessed the series of horrible, despicable, and gruesome levels of abuse, rape, and murder. Some of the things in somewhere. It is in this province, moratiwa wa motho a bolaya motho a imile ngwana ba antsha ngwana mo mpeng ya gagwe. Mara mme o a phela ebile he was interviewed sometimes back in 405. It is in this province where we have experienced many incidents that are very horrible. We are having stats as the ANC Women's League of over 100, so to say. It is in this province. Our circumstances are a mirror that reflects the broader societal challenges that requires the decisive intervention. The constitutional instruments and prescript must be fully utilized to confront the never-ending new normal abnormal. The president, in responding to the ongoing national scourge, implored the citizens to wear black armed belt as a symbol of solidarity with the victims of the domestic and gender-based violence. If I have to count, I was only one yesterday wearing the black belt. I was only one. And when the president is saying something, you must be the first people as the frontline troopers of government to implement. I'm pleased to declare that we have a representation from majority of municipalities in the province present today with fulfill SALGA's constitutional quorum requirement. And from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank you for ensuring that you pay your levy, the PMA proceed, we become part of the national. As we did allude on in our tone setting slot yesterday, the Provincial Members' Assembly is a constitutional meeting of all municipalities which is convened in between provincial conferences. I'm saying for all. So municipality was a pateri levy, by depriving participation. In terms of Article 23.1 of the SALGA Constitution, Northwest as a provincial member shall at least once a year hold a meeting of members to be known and described in the notice calling such meeting as the Provincial Members' Assembly. This is our final PMA. In these current terms, as we will be convening a provincial conference of members from the Northwest after the 2021 local government elections. The purpose and objective of the PMA is to, amongst others, consider the provincial members' program of action, business plan and budget in respect of ensuing yes, as well as to deal with any other issues emanating from the provision applicable to provincial members in this constitution. Colleagues, I'm pleased to welcome all of you because I would have done that yesterday in the provincial members of 2020 yesterday in the new normal. The new normal I'm referring to is the way of doing things as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and we have to adjust to it. We only know of when, how, and where it started, but nobody knows how and when it is going to end. So we have just to adapt to the new normal. As we continue fighting COVID-19 and are now on lockdown alert level 1, we are still urged to observe and implement the effective non-pharmaceutical measures. It is concerning that there is an upward surge of COVID-19 cases in some part of the country. And now I in some parts because I indicated yesterday for it is Eastern Cape. Baban for us back a foiling epicenter knows very well for December yana, my Eastern Cape are high from the mines. In January, they are coming back, and we'll be back to square one in terms of COVID. Local government as the sphere closest to communities has been worst affected by this pandemic in terms of revenue generation and debt collection. The poor economic growth and the accompanying increase in job losses simply means that people will not be able to pay for services and thereby increasing the debt burden already incurred by municipalities. The responses to this global pandemic requires that all spheres of government work together like never before. In line with our mandate of lobbying, advocacy, and representation, we made sure that SALGA participates in all IGR structures in the province to represent the interest of our member municipality and ensure increased support. This includes the Provincial Disaster Management Center, Advisory Forum, the Provincial Command Centers, and the Council chaired by Honorable Premier. And then in the District Command Council and Center chaired by the District Mayor. And it is supposed to happen in the local municipality where there is joint operation committee that is supposed to be led by the local mayor. And SALGA is also represented at the level of the Provincial Command Council. The system of it responding back to community, to its members, is that from the Provincial Command Council, communication must be to the District Command Council, where at the district, there is supposed to be all the local mayors within the district and the speakers and all the district departments that are within the district. So, communication breakdown. We also exercised our mandate to support and advise municipality by delegating SALGA officials in the entire coronavirus district command council so that issues troubling municipalities are elevated to the relevant structure within the province. This pandemic has highlighted the key roles that municipality play in the provision of service necessary to fight the pandemic. It has also brought to surface some of the areas where we need to improve, such as equitable provision of water, sanitation, decongestion of human settlement, closing the staffing gap in as far as environmental health practitioners are concerned. This pandemic has clearly showed the importance of municipal health services as the only health service that local government is responsible for, and that a lot more needs to be done to capacitate it. We have seen the protest in some municipalities over the declaration of essential services and danger allowance. These are issues that clearly needs our intention as the SALGA and member municipalities. As we continue to wage a war against this pandemic as local government, and not just war, but war in a very true sense, or in a sense that we are going to be championing wearing masks, championing washing hands, championing communicating to our people for social distancing. That is the war that I'm referring to. We commend all the municipalities who have found innovative ways of ensuring that basic services to their respective communities are always delivered despite the falling revenue. There is no doubt that this pandemic has brought about an increased demand for our services, stretching the little resources we have. We must therefore share and discuss innovative ways of sustaining local government beyond this pandemic. The leadership and officials in municipalities, as well as our national and provincial, must be commended for their responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure you can all attest to, because I think in all the IDPs, local government, through the councillors and through the IDPs, has been indicating the shortages of water, even in the schools, but we've seen it happening because of COVID-19. We have seen uncountable tanks and water tankers rolled down to the communities, which simply means it can be possible. Ladies and gentlemen, this PMA is convened at a time when our economy is not performing as expected and our sovereign credit rating downgraded further by the rating agency. We have seen an increase in the unemployment rate. The implication of all these factors for local government are immense and directly affect our ability to deliver on our mandate. As things stand, government has redirected significant amount of resources towards COVID-19, and this has meant a reduction in the overall allocation to municipalities. But as we move forward towards rebuilding, reconstruction, and recovery, the post-pandemic recovery phase offers opportunity for rebuilding and channeling resources to marginalized community and support community resilience. The state president has called a joint sitting of both houses of parliament a few weeks back, outlining South Africa's reconstruction and recovery plan. It is clear that we need to take extraordinary measures toward a speedy and sustainable economic recovery. We also hope that the investment conference held this past week will translate into tangible benefits in the form of the jobs of our people. We noted the response from the Auditor General of South Africa, which revealed that only 20 of the 257 municipalities, I'm referring countrywide, such that municipalities, 20 out of 257 municipalities in the country received an unqualified audit. The regression in audit outcome completes a 3-year downward trajectory in the province, despite municipality being supported by SALGA, you can attest, supported by Provincial Treasury, you can attest, and Cooperative Governance Department. Because more often when we are convened, they normally ask questions, what is SALGA doing? What is SALGA doing? What is Provincial Treasury doing? What is Cooperative Governance doing? But we can attest, they are trained at level best. The availability of documents or evidence to support financial activities remain a vast challenge across the municipalities, as evidenced by the number of repeat disclaim opinion. The invoices. The inability of the province to reverse the trend of negative audit outcome points to a culture that of not proactive mechanism in dealing with control weaknesses flagged in the prior year. Accountability failures by senior managers, by municipal managers, by us mayors, by internal audit, by audit committee, by MPEX and the council are indicative of a system breakdown in the discipline of financial control.
The Auditor General forms part of our program to help this collective to reflect on and to provide guidance as we navigate and map a way forward towards improved audit outcome. It is crucial for the political leadership in municipalities to reflect on whether the right tone has been set for clean administration by creating an environment conducive to accountability, good governance, and the effecting of consequences. This is not a new discussion, but we need to continue reflecting and strengthening our oversight and ensuring accountability and consequence management. It remains our responsibility. The continuous invocation of Section 139 of our Constitution, in our view, is yet to yield any tangible result. It has been confirmed by all the speakers. This view by no means ignores the fact that our municipalities, like many others in the country, requires a systematic and scientific-based support in their quest for effective and efficient governance in the delivery of the constitutional mandate. Based on our consultation with member municipalities that are put under administration, a number of common concerns have been raised, and this I will repeat them because they are already indicated by the speakers. The lack of tangible evidence on Section 154 support by the department, generic terms of reference that hardly responds to unique municipal circumstances, because the challenges that are in Ngakamudrima, for example, cannot be the same challenges that are in Bujana. So the generic terms of reference is not speaking to the needs of different municipalities, in different municipalities, I mean to say. Adversarial and instructive relations from the province and this strain intergovernmental relation. Because when the administrator is brought to the municipality, there should be a clear communication as the speakers indicated here. But once you just deploy an administrator and you also say she or he must report to you, it doesn't speak well of the intergovernmental relation. Because above all, whether the municipalities in challenges, there are still leadership in that municipality. Appointment of administrators who are not vetted and no proven capacity for the task assigned to it is indicated. The post interventions, which are key, are often characterized by worsening of and declining municipal performance with little or no trace of skill transfer. It's indicated already because you name your Zoing, you name your Madwing more than 5, more than 3 times, you name your Mahikeng, Section 139 has been invoked, but till now, there are still challenges. As SALGA, we have outlined the preferred approaches that should guide the future intervention. Municipalities need to familiarize themselves with the SALGA NEC positions. I'm sure you all listened to what Langs was saying. That is the SALGA national position on these adopted approaches. We'll reflect further on this position. We reflected on this position during our program, Hane Langs, our presenter. We want to reiterate that IGR remains a realistic legislative mechanism for engagement. However, very little has been done to put it into practice in our province. And it also lies on us as leadership to ensure that it is implemented. It must be highlighted to this gathering that as SALGA, we participate in a number of IGR platforms, although the fruits of this participation are minimal. As we continue to participate in parliamentary and legislative activities, because remember, we are having 2 members who are sitting in legislature, Councillor Manganya and Councillor Seko. We are also having 1 councillor who is sitting in the NCOP, the little one. Kimangan. Councillor Mundlan is representing us at the NCOP. Stella, yes. It is important that a relation between province and SALGA should be strengthened. Our participation in provincial legislature committee is critical, and as the leadership of SALGA in the province, we need to reflect deeply in order to exploit and utilize other available platforms to ensure that our mandate, the challenges that Temaraga still remain. Do they represent us? Do they know what they're expected to do? Do we get a report back from them, members, or is as and when they are representing us, NCOP and legislature? As organized local government, we welcome the reintroduction of the district-based model by government. As organized local government, we welcome the reintroduction of the district-based model. And by the establishment of the district command council, we have laid a clear foundation for the systems for the implementation of the district model. This model firmly places IGR on the epicenter of service delivery. Higher the local power, higher the budget, higher the MIG. It clearly places the IGR on the epicenter of the service delivery model. This model should be viewed as nothing but an intensified approach by government to expedite and improve coordination of service delivery. This year's assembly is convened at a very important time, in that it is taking place when the country is approaching local government elections, which are scheduled to take place next year. To us, it is not important time, because we are just about to be, we are nearing the door. Ntate Moraka. I'm just saying, as a leader, it's an important time, but it is not. When it comes to say goodbye, it is not an important time to me, because we are just about to be shown the door. Given the uncertainty brought about by COVID-19 and a new normal, the recently passed by-election afforded the IEC an opportunity to reflect on its readiness to conduct countrywide elections. This PMA offers us an opportunity as well as to reflect and discuss the readiness of the 2021 local government. Here, I think the IEC has assisted us a lot in terms of the presentation, because we now know that the Poch ruling, the Tlokwe ruling, requires us to go back to members and request them their addresses. He indicated, and I wrote the Tlokwe ruling. Through the upcoming local government election, we will not provide solutions to all challenges, though the upcoming local government elections will not provide solutions to all the challenges facing us. They do, however, provide us with a window of opportunity to strengthen the local spheres of government, ranging from good governance to effective service delivery. For SALGA, it is an opportunity to renew our mandate and get fresh matching orders from our members. We will convene our provincial elective conference and usher in the new leadership. Our National Executive Committee members who presented yesterday addressed us on key advances made by SALGA at a national level. And I will request, Chair, that all members are sent the presentation of Mayor Malaj. The administration in the province will present after me our performance of annual plan as well as our audited financial statement. However, let me highlight to this forum that in terms of our 2019-2020 financial year, we have done relatively well as a province. Only 3 activities were not achieved and 7 were not applicable. To share with you a few on our key achievement, SALGA was able to get the Department of Local Government in the province to cooperate on the issues of accreditation to municipalities in performing the housing delivery functions. Initially, it was to restart the process of waiving accreditation of Rustenburg and JB Max, who were accredited L1 and 2, but the implementation protocols were not signed. But during our engagement, the Department of Women and Settlement indicated that our municipalities in the province have been earmarked for the accreditation. This accreditation, if successful, will enable this municipality to deal with the challenges of housing shortages that in many instances have created the mushrooming of illegal settlement. Here now I'm regarding it as an achievement, because we were told by the Deputy Minister of Housing, Deputy Minister Chete, in, I think it's last month, in the IMT meeting, he was indicating, he was in fact shaming Northwest to indicate challenges in housing. Northwest has to return 200 million in housing, and Northwest has also returned 100 million plus for the title deeds. So I can accreditation if the municipalities, because whenever they feel the cry for on the ground, national. I don't think 200 million will be returned. She was indicating and shaming Northwest Mayor 200 million. It was the meeting of the IMTT and the IPC of the African National Congress. SALGA approached PETCO to seek partnership on behalf of the municipality to assist on recycling initiatives, which particularly focus on the formalization, business support, training, infrastructure, and market access. PETCO responded with a positive feedback early February 2020, indicating that they were interested to partner and had put aside resources, which is human and financial, to support municipalities. This initiative will see recyclers profiled, trained, and given business support. SALGA identified 3 municipalities that will participate in this program based on their performance on area of waste management. These municipalities are Madibeng, City of Matrosan, and Ramutsirimuilwa. The initiative will see a much improved management of waste in municipalities and control of recycling activities and at waste disposal site. It will also create business opportunities. The third one, SALGA rolled out the integrated councillors induction program to newly elected councillors in a number of municipalities. Councillors were capacitated to understand the roles as public representative and legislation governing their functions. These municipalities are Dr. Kaunda, Matlosane, Makwasi, JB Maxingaka, Disobota, Swaim, Bujanala, Rustenburg, Moses Kotane, Mamusa, Lekwa, Naleji, and Greater Taung. The fourth one, SALGA trained 18 municipal officials within the Bujanala Platinum municipality in chairing disciplinary hearing and prosecuting. This will create a pool of officials to chair disciplinary hearings in municipalities and assist in preventing backlogs of cases in municipalities due to the shortage of prosecutors or chairpersons of hearing. Further achievements are highlighted in the organizational report that will be presented by Ntate Moraga that we have provided you with also, and encourage you to take time to look at the report. The administration will summarize the report, but you are given the report, we are requesting you to read it. Allow me to congratulate administration on this achievement and for achieving a clean audit in light of the current pandemic and the challenges that is brought to surface for municipalities. SALGA has taken an extraordinary step of reviewing and adopted 2021 Annual Performance Plan APP in order to align it to the challenges faced by municipalities. This is a commitment of the organization to ensure that the APP is responsive to the current needs of municipalities. We challenge all member municipalities to constantly cooperate with SALGA team in terms of skills and capacity towards ensuring that municipalities are well capable to discharge its constitutional and strategic mandate. Because more often officials will be sending invitations, so to say, or circulars to municipalities, informing them about particular trainings, but the attendance will always be poor. So we are requesting yourself that you must cooperate with SALGA teams in terms of assisting your municipalities skill capacity, for being able to can discharge their constitutional and strategic mandate. Before I conclude, I would like to thank yourself, Ntate Moraga, for steering the ship of our offices in the absence of the Provincial Director of Operations. I know it was not easy, but at least we are here. This is the output of your collective working together, Ntate Moraga. Thank you very much for I know that the recruitment process is nothing, but I want to thank you for now. And I also want to thank yourself, Knox. We're told that you are a leader of preparatory committee and are politicians for ensuring that over and above the challenges that we had, you were able to can arrange. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that on a significant occasion such as this one, the gathering of municipal leaders from across our province will adopt meaningful and practical decisions to improve the lives of the vast majority of our people. Colleagues, a need to change the hanging and hanging negative narrative associated with our province. I'm sure you all know how our province is perceived, especially when we are in the national space. I indicated to yourself, for out of 257, only 20 unqualified. But when it is set in the national space, it is as in the Northwest. So it is upon ourselves to change that narrative. Lastly, colleagues, Ntate Moraga has been an acting director of operations for how long? For 3 years. It simply means it was not easy for us. You know, normally you can experience when you are working with the acting, production because Baba Ngoba Kunyazagiri, Kiraka experience masipal. But for the 3 years, but nevertheless, the recruitment processes was done. Recruitment processes of Provincial Director of Operations. They were completed I don't have the result, the clear reasons, whether all candidates never were never successful or what. Because it is controlled at the national office, of course, overseen by me. The post was re-advertised. I don't have a better word. And the recruitment processes unfolded, and I was just given an outcome of the recruitment process yesterday. So in our midst, we are having the newly appointed provincial director of operation, who will be starting go SALGA offices on the 11th. Somewhere from the 11th to the 11th, o tla tsenya appointment. Ke kopa o tla ba go bone Mrs. Desiree Tlwaele, gore you are the newly appointed director of operations. This as your people. When at least o tla bona le experience ya go bona gore ke kopa o emele Mme Desiree Tlwaele. Ba go bone gore Hanke be ke sa bona batho ba ntsi, ke fela gore a kena camera fa. Go simolola hela go pele fa. Hanke ke sa bona batho ba ntsi ba kodumela. Ke fela ke tlhokile camera. Ne nka le balla profile ya gagwe, but ke nagana gore because ga isa simololle, o tla go simolola ka di 11 tsa March, tsa January, I mean to say. Le tla nne le kry-a profile ya gagwe. Ke tswafisiwa gore ke bone ba bantsi ba thula ditafole. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for ensuring that the PMA proceed. Last request from me, colleagues. Wala bona lo tse tle re buileng fa a go te SALGA go teiwa nna le wena. Lastly, it is our responsibility to ensure that dilo tse re di buileng fa, because all of you are delegates to the National Members Assembly. All of you. Ha re batle go romela di mumu ko National Members Assembly. Because when we are going to be quiet, nobody is going to represent our province. Nobody is going to put our concerns on the table. The National Members Assembly is started at 3 to the 5. According to the letter N, the mayor has already known, so the qualifying, o tshwentse o romela batho ba le 10. And batho ba le 10 about, se le tshogola ka gore tla be le ka Zoom. So Zoom re bone ga gantsi siame mara ga ya siame ka gore motho tla sa tobeditse a ba re o tsa ntlu ba ba leng gaufi bona ba mmolong motho na nthare motho o ke o mo mmolong wa ke re nya marulo ke le ina re mara ke a mmona mo mmolong. So my humble request to yourself, we will not be doing justice to our province because we are supposed to be the defenders of our province. That is my humble plea. Na ke tla nne ke lebella fela gore go lokile bo mang mara ke tsane ke sokola local national ke tla khona. But I'm speaking to the leaders. Please just disappoint me by attending. Thank you very much.
Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Now, Kimang, Desiree Tlwaele. Na ha ke gore Malibongwe. Ka 1996. Ke ne ke bala buka e bidiwa Mmualebe. Ke bokwadi jwa ga are Malope. Now, ha o bala tsebe ya ntlha mo bukeng ya Mmualebe. Ke a go dirisa magoko a buiwang ke mokwadi wa buka eo. Ile go define Mme Tlwaele ke kopa o nthetse sentle. Mo pageng ya ntlha mo bukeng eo. Monna yo ga bua are. Ke tlhapogadi ya mametsa ngwana Madiana Mabitse. Ke koloto ya mafatsho ngwana bo Madiana itseeletsa go tsewa ke banna ke padile. A tsewa ke ngwana a tlala ka lebitla. A define bontle. The stature and the beauty of what he was placing. Later on, how ya go pele o tla tlhaloganya go na le bo Makeketha mo teng. Ba netse ke dipula baka a rona ile phitlho mosadi ana ile a sa itse gore mosadi o na ile. Jaanong ke ne ke re hela ke be ha o mme. Jaanong go na le batho ba ba itseng go bua Sekgowa But if beauty was a name, it would be defined by you when you remain the star that shines bright amongst all the stars in the darkest hour of our lives. Ra go amogela mme. Allow me, honorable members, to call on the stage Ndate Moraga to present our organizational report. Ndate Moraga, I'm giving you 5 minutes. No, banzi ba robetse ke bana ba tshogile. Ke bona ba tshogile chair. There were those bani ke ba bona hore no, the stomach has been addressed properly. Now, I can see they are awake. Ndate Moraga.
No, thanks, Program Director, and to the delegates. And let me acknowledge the Chair of SALGA, Councillor Molosiwa. I will not take too much of your time. I think the bulk of the issues that I wanted to convey to your good selves has been taken care by the chairperson. The next slide, sorry. Chair, I'd like to, and I'm emotional about what I'm going to say. Yeah, it's really been a tough year, 3 years. And under your leadership, Chair, we managed to navigate, thank you, we managed to navigate through thick and thin. And importantly, that you really guided us, Chairperson, for us to reach this stage at where we're at. And I think I'm really indebted to the collective PEC under your leadership, Chairperson, and really appreciate all the support that you've provided me for the last 3.5 years. And this is essentially my last PMA, and I'll hand over the reins to Ms. Kwaile going forward. But I need to indicate that this leadership has been phenomenal, in my own opinion. They've steered the ship under difficult circumstances. And we are quite happy that under your leadership, Chair, we are where we're at. And thank you for all your support. Chair, the next slide. So these are the key areas that we have been focusing on under the leadership of the PEC. And these 5 key areas, members, symbolizes the efforts that we've been putting together to ensure that we support our member municipalities or your good selves. And I won't go into the details of these 5 key areas. Suffice to say that as we're delivering these 5 issues, next slide, we managed to get 97%. So in the last 3-4 years, we've been performing at 95% and above. And what we probably need to look at going forward is to see how we translate this 97% to benefit our municipalities. We're not suggesting they're not, but I think we could do better to ensure that we translate those percentages working with your good selves. And what we've done, members, is we've taken these 5 key areas. We've taken the achievements of the 97% and we put them into the organizational report. And this is the structure of the organizational report that we've emailed to your good selves. And I will not go into the details on it, Program Director. Suffice to say that that's the outline and it's got the details. And in that regard, Chair, I would like to move straight into the recommendations that this PMA notes the presentation and let the PMA adopt this organizational report. I wish to leave it at the chairperson, program director. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Moraga. We are now, honorable members, going to move this way. And this is how we are going to move. One, I'm now gonna give members, we're going to move 2 items. One is the adoption of the organizational report. I would need a mover and the second. When we are done, we'll then get into another item. I will then wait to take your hands. Councillor Johnson, then Ntateko Moragokwa, you will state your name. And then I've also seen Councillor Mutabi. Let's start with Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Calvin Johnson, JB Marks Local Municipality. I move for the adoption of the organizational report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mafi Ratlui, Councillor from Adibeng. I second.
Thank you, Councillor Mafi. We are now going to move to the second item, which I'm hopeful that all of you have what I'm now going to table before you. The adoption of the minutes of the previous PMA. I hope you received those minutes through your emails and stuff. I would also need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Mutabi. Is there any other hand?
Thank you, Chairperson. Councillor Mutabi from Moses Kotane Local Municipality. Stand to move the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Mutabi. The last hand at the back there.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Petros Makabu, a councillor from Madibeng. I second the yes.
Thank you. Honorable members, we will now move to the last, before the last item, which is now the declaration of the PMA. Who is presenting the declaration? I would need the declaration of the PMA. Immediately when we are done, we'll then take the last item. And when we take the last item, I would want to say something. Bahar. 9 pages.
Yeah.
No.
It's not a bit. You can navigate.
Oh, are you saying it's 9 pages?
Yeah, 9 pages.
No. How can I present this such a big document? No, thanks, Ndate Knox. Honorable members, this is a 9-page document. I will just get to the main paragraphs of the declaration because I can see some are sitting like Kochai, Yakabo Kansela Bani, and Abaditiela Karukochai. So that we complete this session quite early. SALGA Northwest Provincial Members Assembly pledge at Rustenburg Orion Safari, a declaration of the Assembly. As the delegates from municipalities in the Northwest, provincial government, academic institutions, and stakeholders, within the local government sector, gathered here at the SALGA Northwest Provincial Members Assembly, held in Rustenburg, Orion Safari, 30th November to the 1st of December 2020, under the theme entitled Transporting Local Government into the Face of COVID-19 and for Strategic and Decisive Responses for a better for other future pandemics and relook at the future and sustainability of local government. The advent of the novel COVID-19 pandemic incrementally forces us to reposition, sharpen, and to reconsider our focus in the act of service delivery. Our action now must benefit from experience of the past in order to approach the future, whose readiness should be dependent on our current actions. This we endorse with a deliberate preoccupation on service delivery. Municipalities or local government in the province are not immune to the severity of the COVID-19 impact towards the service delivery discharging mandate. Revenue shortages, increasing unemployment, and service delivery decline would be experienced during this age of uncertainty as the pandemic continues to affect our communities in the country. With these in mind, a need exists to broaden the horizon in the context of innovation to sustain the constitutional and strategic mandate of the local government sector. However, we have been inspired by the presence of the MEC Mologi Chwaile, MEC Madoda Sambata, and members of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Coxstar Portfolio Chair, SALGA NEC member, Councillor M. Kuno and Councillor Malachi, water boards and ESCOM, IEC, MDB, senior government officials, academics, mayors, speakers, and chief whips, senior municipal officials, NGO. Convene also at the time of the date dubbed World AIDS Day and the ongoing 16 days of activism against violence of both women and children, alarmingly during the era of the campaign against gender-based violence. We commit to be part and lead the campaign for the total solution. Acknowledging the participation of our councillors, municipal officials, and other guests on deliberations during the course of this assembly that seeks to contribute on the transposing local government in the future, in the face of COVID-19 and for strategic and decisive responses for other future pandemics. A relook at the future and sustainability of local government. In mourning for those who have passed on during the coronavirus and other causes, including gender-based violence victims, we pledge our solidarity and convey our heartfelt condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones, particularly our councillors and municipal officials, and we wish them a strength to withstand the loss and pain felt at this period of uncertainty. Celebrating SALGA clean audit for the financial year 2018-2019 and its resolve to continue doing good work. Recognizing that local government continue to be plagued by both service delivery and developmental challenges, which calls for organized local government to develop strategies that are aimed at supporting member municipalities to curb these challenges and ensure comprehensive developmental planning and implementation that create actions at the local space through our plans. Future recognitions. The critical role played by municipalities and persisting challenges in the delivering of basic service to its communities. The importance of intergovernmental planning and cooperations amongst the sphere of government in order to improve service delivery, particularly with regard to housing, water, sanitation, electricity, and social service. Bulk services such as electricity and water need to be purchased
from bulk service provider, reticulated and retailed at tariffs. These therefore calls upon municipalities to embark on innovative solution on revenue management and community outreach programs to promote payments of services. It is against this background that prudent and innovative spending on local government budget should be explored given the declining funding allocations and inability to collect the revenue which calls for optimization, efficiency, and effectiveness. The necessity for municipalities to be financially and organizationally capacitated in order to accelerate service delivery to their respective communities. The amplified infringement by other spheres of government on the geographic functioning and institutional integrity of local government. The need to continue to support and capacitate councillors to be able to fulfill their obligatory role as a representative of the community. The efforts made by organized local government to address the disparities in the remuneration, benefits, and allowance of public office bearers and other elected public representatives. The other regulations with legislation which make it difficult for local government to drive innovation in the context of service delivery. Further appreciating the condition under which councillors have fulfilled their obligation and the need for drastic action by the government is urgent to prevent further loss of life and damage caused to the properties of councillors. I'm one of those. Observing. We acknowledge that the sector and the entire South African society have entered what has been called the second democratic era. And that key in it is the reprioritization of the moral, ethical integrity of leadership, especially in the local government sector. That some municipalities have a long way to go before they can improve the revenue as their cost is intertwined to the low economic growth. The urgent need to bring all municipalities into focus on the business of a municipality, especially as part of the reimagining the ideal municipality. The visible and invincible hand that continue to negatively affect municipalities and the integrity of the local government sector. The economic downturn that South Africa is facing, and it is for this reason that the Provincial Members' Assembly deliberated on the state of finances in municipalities and effects of COVID-19 on the capacity of municipalities to continue to render uninterrupted services to communities. PMA looked at innovative ways of sustaining municipality during the current national state of disaster and beyond. Amongst other important matters that were discussed include concrete efforts to embark on community outreach program to promote a culture of payment of municipal service. We therefore resolve that SALGA lobby and advocate for the establishment of the database of administrators earmarked for supporting municipalities during intervention. Ensure that the demarcation of municipal boundaries takes into account the viability of municipalities as well as issues of accessibility and proximity, and that all spheres of government get involved in the demarcation process from the early stage. Support the strengthening of the role of district municipality in line with Section 83 and Section 84 of the Municipal Structures Act. Engage COGTA and the National Treasury to address the challenges relating to the upper limits notice for senior managers. Municipalities to strengthen partnership and collaboration with the private sector to jointly address some of the challenges in the municipal areas, such as stimulating the economy, creating employment and economic opportunities. Guidance be provided to municipalities on driving and implementing innovation within the current legislative framework towards confrontation of socio-economic costs by COVID-19. Strengthen engagement with traditional authorities. Lead implementations of ethics and integrity awareness campaign. Develop local economic local economies, especially economic sectors that have multiple effects with potential of massive scale and impact. Structural and paradigm shift on the implementation of municipal support, on intervention, emphasis on Section 144 of the Constitution. Participate in the IGR fora and contribute towards reform. Harmonization of the architecture of the IGR system on the province. Address barriers, including discriminatory laws and practices, as well as social norms that prescribe traditional roles and attitude towards women participating in leadership and decision-making role. Concerted municipal community outreach programs to derive messages of payments, cultures of services, and rates and taxes. SALGA PEC established a task team to engage provincial departments and entities owing municipal government. Municipal capacity building to improve indigent register management, access the extent to which policies, programs, strategies, and actions are oriented towards gender mainstreaming. Adopt the organizational report as presented by the chair. Adopt the annual report of 2018-2019. Adopt the 2019 Provincial Members Assembly report. Adopt the annual performance budget of 2019 adopt the annual performance and budget for 2020 and 2021. Declare our commitment to robustly engage with the other spheres of government to ensure that the interest of local government sector is taken care of through the amendment or development of new legislation and resource allocation biased to municipalities. SALGA, working with partners, must urgently ensure that all provincial plans and master plans are specially referenced to a ward space. Lead the fight against fraud and corruption and advocate for consequence management against the transgressors. Govern our municipalities in an honest, transparent, ethical, and accountable manner. Strengthen local government communications and increase the partnership of communities in the government processes of municipalities. Develop and implement an accountability and consequence management protocol for local government sector. Continue playing a constructive role in promoting the status of local government in the continent and the world in terms of existing relations. Creation of a new partnership framework provided by the African Union and the United Nations. Continue the support and development of youth, women, and disabled within our communities. Improving the dwindling revenue base of municipalities, including the enhancement of customer relation management and the protection of the vulnerable households through municipal social packages. Intensify the support to municipalities in the appointment of qualified and skilled officials and continue to improve the skills and capacity of councillors and officials. Professionalization of local government and support the need to establish a local government leadership academy. Intensify the support to municipalities in the appointment of qualified and skilled officials and continue to improve the skills and capacity of councillors and officials. To promote and implement measures to enhance accountability at administrative and political levels and promote taking of decisive actions to affirm accountability of transgressors. With this declaration, we are affirming our beliefs that this commitment cannot be realized in the absence of extraordinary cooperation, greater moral and integrity. We need to remain steadfast as the leadership of municipalities, as well as the leadership at the level of organized local government. That's our declaration, honorable members. Thank you. Warren Comfort. Share le rona re belela gore wa re.
The last two paragraphs was specifically about councillors and officials. I repeated it twice. Okay. No, thanks, Ntate Seheri. Honorable members, now we've got the last speaker remaining. I would want to take this opportunity to call on the stage the chairperson, Councillor Molusiwa, to give us the closing remarks of this session. All right, all right, honorable members, that is our declaration. Can we then adopt our declaration? A mover and a second. I'll start with Councillor Lobel. Councillor Motsabi will follow. Let's start with Councillor Bani Lobel.
Chairperson, I stand to move for the adoption of the declaration.
Thank you, Councillor Lobelo. Councillor Motsabi is second.
Chairperson, ki dumellane le our declaration gore ke ya rona, we own it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Our declaration is now adopted. We are now we can give ourselves a round of applause again. We are now going to hand over this opportunity to our chair for the closing remarks. Then we will be done.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Thanks again to Ntate Moraka. Metroel, Ntate Moraka go bonse 97%. And I can tell you gore Ntate Moraka is still an employee go national. In a month for sure, na kono spend a few weeks there. But he managed to get 97. He was nearly crying because it was not an easy task. He was grilled, he knows. We have grilled him a lot because we wanted this 97%. In fact, we wanted 100. And if he can tell you, many a times we went to the national officials to say, many a times, he's getting into another space. Soft I kiss you when you know who guy. What I indicated, thank you very much, members of the PC. I'm so humbled by yourself because without you, we wouldn't have made it. I indicated to yourself for it was very difficult. I don't have words to express how this 5 years was so difficult. Over and above the challenges that the PC was facing, internal noise. Indicated many times he indicated that the deputy chair will sit in a PC area and will not sit because some way I can ICR when I have a hoch. We go to a Rababo, there's a Torcorita and now I got legs up. It can a POB more Zoom. Hanso rebels or Rakota Rakorita Nyama notla ba gore no nna ke loka off at ba tsa administrator ko nna. Those are the challenges that you met. Just today, Councillor Noni is not here, who is the member of the executive committee. Before me, there's an order from the High Court. Ke a bona gore applicant ke ene le speaker le chief whip. Respondent ke coordinator IPC, coordinator Kenneth Kaunda, secretary general, jalo jalo. Mar the order is saying, akala itse gore le bone ke bana ba gogilwe. Nna re bone mo dipampiring go kwadilwe. The order is saying that the status of the applicant as mayor, the speaker, and the chief whip of the Makwasi Hills local will remain unchanged, pending a decision by the NEC, as per constitution. That the first respondent and the sixth one, the 60 Mangan. Yes, we are to pay the applicant's wasted costs. The order is dated today, the 12th. Gora ga na nyeletse fa. Le go laela fela gore ke bo mathateng ke a court. Nne re romana phakela mme Justina ga nte motho mo mathateng. Those are the internal noise that we met, and thanks for them being patient. Let me start by saying, Councillor Seheri, all protocol observed. Space Center Seheri ga re se itlhelele. So we have come to the end of the Provincial Members Assembly. And ke nagana gore re sampe re tshwanna ke go nna le lenyora le le tona la clean audit. Because clean audit ke sona e hela sesupo se le nosi sa gore the good governance continues. Ke nagana re dumela ba botlhe ga go sena clean audit go nna le tsele. So lenyora le le tona la rona e tshwentse go nna maabane ka jekolo ka moso gore re santse re tshwanna ke go nyorela clean audit. Therefore, we could not have concluded the 2 days assembly without any special reference to our dedicated, committed, industrious, tenacious, and zealot of clean governance. I talk here about our fallen hero, our fallen son of the soil, a very soft-spoken and humble man, Ntate Kimi Makwetu. I will request yourself to accord him a special moment of silence. We have planned to do it at the end because we have worked with Ntate Makwetu bontle. Ha ile gore le lapile le ka nna la ko ba ditlhogo fela ra ira moment of silence for wa itse hana go to tlhokafetse ba bangwe re ne ra nna ba hitana gore mara ga gona le batho ba ntse ba itshegeditseng ka di-gate tsa mabitlana wa modimo no sa tse bone. It's a very scarce skill, soft spoken. Rona re batho ba bantsi ba itshegeditse ka gate ya mabitla wa modimo no sa tse bone. A mo wa ga Ntate Makwetu o robala ka kagiso. Thank you very much for that special moment of silence for a very scarce skill. May in our everyday time as politicians and administration in our service of local government strive to emulate and uphold values that Ntate Makwetu upheld in his long service within the Auditor General of South Africa. As this fourth PMA draws to a close on this World AIDS Day, allow me to reflect briefly on these 2 days. Municipalities are operating under strenuous conditions where the economy is not doing well, massive jobs have been lost, and funding reduced to municipalities. This condition, more than ever before, calls for strengthening of IGR and innovative ways of resolving the current challenges. Over and above the proposal here of resolving current challenges, we still need to come up with other innovative ways of resolving current challenges. Whilst we are on lockdown level 1, COVID-19 is by no means over, and we are already witnessing its impact on local government in terms of decline in revenue and increased demand for municipal services. It is therefore urgent that campaigns aimed at encouraging citizens and sector departments to pay for their municipal services are strengthened. It simply means, as SALGA, we should be assisting our members to ensure that where we are 100% sure that they will get their debts, like in the departments, we are supposed to be assisting them. Simultaneously, municipalities must strengthen their own internal controls system to safeguard the little resources we have and strategically direct this towards provision of much needed service. Let me thank the Honorable Premier in absentia for his message and wishing us a successful PMA. He indicated he could not join us because we know that he was hosting or he was engaging with industry leaders on economic recovery. Also, the reassurance by MEC Swahili and pronounced reliance to empirical and scientific guidance toward soliciting a support within the confines of both intergovernmental relation and cooperative governments as our yet to be fully exploited constitutional machinery. We should indicate in this closing that we are humbly requesting yourselves gore re ya go konoma ko diphaposing tsa rona e tle re ntate Tswaile ga tla a ska ftlha fa tlhoa ke dilo tse e leng gore nka be re ntse re di baakantsa a ise a tle gore tle re ga re thusa go lwa ntwa e fo pele ga rona at least our houses they be clean. The pronounced preference of section 154 of the Constitution, where the unquestionable scientific evidence of support is demonstrated. The MEC of Kokta, MEC Swahili, is coming at a time when the sector is in a dire need of thoughtful and solutions-oriented leadership. Let me also extend our gratitude to MEC Health Madoda Sambata for his input into this PMA. We note the issues that he raised in terms of the division of revenue and the need for us as local government to proactive and submit issues of concern to the Northwest Premiers Coordinating Council. Given financial constraint experienced by municipalities and the critical roles of municipal health in ensuring a safe and healthy environment, we also welcome the open invite by the MEC for municipalities and Department of Health to develop an operational plan that will address health issues affecting both municipalities and the Department of Health. We also like to thank the Office of the Speaker of the Legislature, presented here by the Provincial Legislature Chief Whip Ntate Sebego. We also acknowledge the input made by the Chairperson of Kokta, Ntate Motswana, and all the presentations that were made. We really like to thank them. The presentation on the annual organization suggests that as SALGA, we have done relatively well and even attained a clean audit, and this implies that SALGA officials must exceed the workshop, the training mentality, and embrace the hands-on approach that brings active and meaningful support. SALGA officials must exceed the workshop and training mentality. As long as it program training, workshops, compliance more. They must embrace a hands-on approach that brings active and meaningful support, such that this perception ya gore SALGA ha e thuse di masepala maybe e ka fokotsega. We take note of the presentation by our SALGA NEC Mayor Malachi, Councillor, for updating this PMA on the latest development at national. As we go back to our own municipalities, we are rejuvenated by SALGA NEC decision to approach the court on matter pertaining to ESCOM and its handling of municipal debt. Nyamani, after the presentation NEC, as the sectors hardest hit by the decline in revenue primarily as a result of COVID-19, the fight against the reduction of grants to municipalities must be intensified. As we get ready to close the year 2020, it gives us courage that the IEC is ready for the 2021 local government election. We appreciate the inputs of the MDB and Dr. Koma. It is clear that COVID-19 and the various court judgments have implications for conducting of the local government and municipal governance in general. In regards to danger allowance, municipalities must act according to SALGA's guidance. The implementation of Section 139 intervention in municipality continue to be a thorn for us as local government. As SALGA, we have put forward our proposed approach and look forward for further engagement with relevant stakeholders. In conclusion, colleagues, honorable councillors and officials, as we travel to the various destinations, let us continue to observe social distancing, let us wear a mask, and also let us sanitize. Travel safely, and thank you very much. May God bless you. Mme Justina o kopa go rapela bagaetsho. Mme moruti Masema o tla re rapela. Mo fe so se, moruti jo.
Abela Seudi Ratanka Fela Tato Ya Raete